Okay. I think we're live. Welcome to the stream. I'm very excited for these episodes. They looked pretty good. I didn't read like the complete rundowns or whatever, but I do go through the episodes to try to just like scan them just to try to find a cool thumbnail so I get like an idea of what's going on. They look pretty good. How's it going, Nutty? Nutty the Unhinged Clown. Dave's Channel. King TL. How's it going? Friday, let's end the week on a high note. Oh, absolutely. I got a new Boit watch coming later today. A really strange ASMR video. Aphrodite Rose Starfire makes her Boit watch debut. I sneak diss OPC Don. How's it going, JF? Reporting for Wrestling Duty, Gooner King, Mark Fusion. Absolutely. And you know what I say to that, Dan Aninsky? And why not? Oh my gosh. I don't know. My mind blanked for a second. Sorry. All right. Anyway, let's jump into this. Let's get going. I'm excited.
Wrestling Dave Brown, and we are right now right along ringside ready to go with another big day of championship wrestling. David.
Oh, big day is right. Would you believe the opening match today we are going to have in the studio the Great Kabuki. Then coming up a little bit later we will have the King Jerry Lawler going against Basher of the Mod Squad. That should be a good match, single match. Then Jeff Jarrett, Pat Tanaka will be teaming up a little bit later on.
Still getting over the Donahue show. That was crazy, wasn't it? Like, that's a wild ass episode. One of the best Donahues, I think.
Against the Memphis Vice, and we'll have the Japanese team of Akio Sato and Tarzan Goto a little bit later, too.
My golly, I'll tell you, we got lots of other things, too. Some videotape, too.
You wonder if anyone from last night's OVW show is in this chat room. Why would you say that? How's it going, Eddie? I don't know whether they call you Ed or Eddie. I don't know if it's like Eddie. I don't know.
We were supposed to today to have a Mid-America title defense by Tracy Smothers, but Tracy, of course, having experienced that situation when he defended against Kabuki and that green stuff that he got in the eyes, the doctors have suggested that he not go for another week, and so we had to cancel.
Okay, so Kabuki at the house show took on Tracy Smothers, and he spit the stuff in. It fucked his eyes up. I think we knew that before, right? I want to say we knew that Tracy he injured somebody with it, but was it Tracy? But now for sure Tracy is injured because of the venom that Kabuki can spit.
Cancel that out of our plans today, but boy, that didn't slow us down because, as you said, we have got a bunch. Let's get ready for it. We're going to take time out. Be back in just one moment.
Yeah, he took an emerald. Oh my gosh, look at this. I'm so glad I got a moment to like really focus up and be ready for this. This is going to be great.
Out this furniture store, and my warehouse is way overstocked with first quality name brand furniture that I gotta sell immediately to raise cash fast. So you help me, and I'll help you to the furniture buy of a lifetime. Like these big man recliners from just 90.
Oh my God. Oh my God, this is so good. This is like my secondary drug after weed. It's just insane content.
$7. All wood dinettes, only $129. This 5-piece living room group is only $4.99. So come on down, help me whip up on high prices with the best deals in town.
Come help me whip up on high prices.
And free financing for a year. That's Lawler's Discount Furniture, 1500 North Garvin here in Evansville.
We're interrupting our regular flow of our Studio Championship Wrestling program because an event took place Wednesday night in the Evansville.
So it wasn't just in Memphis then, right? Evansville, which was a big like Memphis wrestling town, Lawler was opening businesses there too. That's really interesting. How's it going, Jeremy?
Coliseum. that was of such magnitude to championship wrestling, we felt like we had to share it with you. Now, in the Coliseum Wednesday night, Jerry the King Lawler was scheduled and, in fact, went against Bam Bam Bigelow in a Texas death match for the Southern Heavyweight title. Now, in this match, of course, I think you know falls don't count. There's no disqualification. You can't stop the match. You go until one wrestler cannot answer the bell. And this is exactly what happened in this particular match. But the way it happened, I want to say this. The videotape is not our regular championship wrestling. It was shot by a spectator who happened to be there with it, and we are sharing the tape. So the quality is not the world's greatest, but the happenings, absolutely the world's greatest. Let's go.
I'm riveted by this. Like he's really selling this like phenomenally. Like, folks, we weren't expecting anything to happen, so we didn't have our cameras on. But thank goodness a spectator was in the right place at the right time, because you've got to see this, folks.
To the Evansville Coliseum and take a look as Jerry Lawler and Bam Bam Bigelow battle it out. Watch the end.
Oh, no. Who was this spectator that was sitting exactly where the hard camera would be? Who could this spectator be? That's got a like professional grade for the time camera and is sitting exactly where the hard camera would be. Unbelievable, man. Wow.
Can you believe that? Bigelow and Larry Sharp all...
This is really, really brilliant marketing, I think, because Lance Russell is essentially saying, like, hey, you know that guy that you're going to see a guy in a few weeks in a different company be like a top guy, and here's our top guy beating him. But they like also made Bam Bam look good. Like they took care of him on the way out, which was nice.
On the out. Hey, let's go back right now and join our regular studio showgirl already in progress.
From now on, he's not going to give no chance to these punks like Pat Tanaka, Jeff Tanaka.
Oh, of course. Lance Russell would, of course, interrupt Tojo Yamamoto's interview, of course.
Jeff Jarrett and also Jerry Lawler.
Last episode, he made a big deal because he slipped while he was walking with his cane and accidentally hit David Haskins, and now he's cutting half the interview time out. This is getting ridiculous.
Austin Idol and everything, you understand?
Well, I don't think anybody wants you to give them anything. They just want a fair break is what they're trying to get when
and
they...
then, I tell you what, Mr. Kabuki put the Mr. Austin Idol out of commission 1 month. But that's nothing. Mr. Kabuki is going to destroy him this time and put him out of commission completely. And I tell you what, Mr. Kabuki is going to torture him, and he's going to crucify him, and he's going to kill him.
They're going to be put out of submission forever. They need to do that to Lalo so that he can man up.
Well, that, of course, is something that is a lot easier said than it is done when you start talking about somebody the caliber of Austin Idol. He is very handy with those nunchucks.
That's who it was. Okay, so Kabuki injured Austin Idol, which is what we knew last time. So at the house show, he injured Tracy Smothers. So now we're getting into a series of everybody that fights Kabuki is not only not winning, but like they're on the shelf for a while afterward.
I tell you, he's the caliber of a wrestler, and he got all kind of credentials, and he's one of the greatest in the foreign country today.
Yeah, well, I don't think we need the Japanese flag here. Everybody knows you're from Japan.
Wow, Lance Russell's like, hey, listen, tone down the Asian a little bit, would you?
And you got Goto back here waving that thing around.
USA!
The great Kabuki, Kiyosato.
And you wait to see what he's going to do with David Haskins. He's going to crucify the guy. He's going to hurt him so bad that he'll never come back in a ring.
He goes into the ring right now to face David Haskins. This will be the first time that we will have had a chance to see live the great Kabuki. And Dave, how about the introduction?
All right.
Well, I hope the referee keeps a very close eye on David Haskins. He flopped last episode. He pretended like he got hit by the cane. So I hope the ref is keeping that in mind here.
Got a match coming up here at one fall, 10 minutes, the overall time limit. From Memphis, Tennessee, 235 pounds, David Haskins. And from the far east, the great Kabuki. Referee is Jerry Calhoun. Kabuki is stepping out of the cover-ups. And Tojo Yamamoto.
I hate that Joe Shabatoni's schedule doesn't let him watch these live. He would really appreciate all this racism.
Go back in his corner. Ooh.
Boy, there's some of that green stuff.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Bell sounds, and David Haskins backed in the corner. Kabuki had his left hand wrapped around Haskins' throat. Now he chops him across the back of the neck, down to the mat, picks him up. The great Kabuki.
This guy uses his hands, David. I mean,
I think Kabuki, honestly, like, I haven't seen a lot of it, so I don't want to say definitively, but I feel like the Kabuki gimmick is cool for the time, but I feel like I would rather see someone who wrestled like Tarzan Goto, right? Who's hard-hitting, who's believable. Like, because Kabuki might not be a big, like, it's not a monster-type character, but I think it should be like a, imagine like Tajiri. That's what I imagine, like, the Kabuki character as, like, a literal, like, buzzsaw. Like, and I think Goto could do that. He's got those big slams. He's got the, like, believable strikes. I just think Kabuki's kind of like, it's this amazing gimmick. And then once you get in the ring, it's like, oh, okay. Kind of like The Killer was the same way. Like, the look and the aura was amazing. But then whenever you saw him, like, clapping and dancing and shit, it's like, oh, okay. Hey, how's it going, He-Man? We need a Charlie Chan figure.
like a surgeon
Mattel hasn't made a Mr. Fuji, have they? I don't think so.
with a knife. He has got every kind of move in the world. And you are going to see, there's just one of them. I was going to say, you're going to see some kicks that are just unreal. Look at him chopping.
I think David Haskins has won one match ever. No, did Jim Jamison beat Tony Falk back during that gimmick? Anyway, I don't think David Haskins has won very much, but listen to the crowd getting behind him just because he's the good guy. Like, that's not to get all, like, existential, but, like, I wish I could have that, like, approach to it. I know I always say that, but I always think about it.
One away at Haskins.
Haskins trying to battle him, but hammered down to the mat again. Wow, what a chop. Kabuki knocked him back into the ropes.
Kabuki was such a wild look with all of that hair covering a face that is painted up.
Like, that was
with,
I like the
you have to call it war paint, because when he goes in that ring, that's what he is at war. And David Haskins is finding that out. Haskins fires one to the midsection. No effect in Kabuki with a double chop right on the pressure point.
Haskins has had no chance, so
I guess it's kind of, he's doing it better. Sorry, he's doing a better job than I've seen other places. I don't mind, like, the methodical stalking and like the single like heavy strikes. I think that's a good approach.
Far, it's been all Kabuki.
Referee is trying to
Haskins was better in Fuller's promotion in Alabama. I haven't seen very much of that.
be sure that he stays off the throat, but Kabuki now Haskins swinging back.
Most of what I know about Fuller is that he had the biggest dick in wrestling. That's pretty much it. That's what the majority of discussions about Fuller in the shoot interviews is.
Hard whipped Kabuki across the ring. Oh, boy.
Ooh, came in at full speed.
Yes, he did. Raise that knee up. Look at that side kick. Pounds down. 1, 2, 3. He got him.
Not bad. Not bad.
A vicious beating by the great Kabuki.
Still.
I mean, I get that like he's not winning matches, but I actually think David Haskins is a pretty rock solid wrestler. I mean, no matter who they put him in there with, like it's always a decent watchable match. I feel like I think he makes everybody look good. Kind of weird seeing Kabuki without Gary Hart. Yeah. Well, was Lanny's deal though? Was it that? I know he could suck his own dick, but was it that his dick was so big, or was it that he was very flexible? Because he does seem like he would be very flexible.
Choking him there, won't break the hold. Finally he does.
Kabuki, I guess one way or the other, is trying to make his first appearance a memorable one as he continues to pound, beat, stab, and choke.
What was the guy they brought in? The Baron von Bronner or something like that? The knockoff guy that they brought. They should bring him back in, team him up with these guys, and have like the Axis or something.
Tracy Smothers, or rather David Haskins. I was thinking about Tracy having suffered with that green spray hitting his eyes. Tracy unable to defend his title here today.
A fist off the second rope in Memphis, Kabuki. What are you thinking, my man?
Reaching down, picking him up by the hair. Here comes Jim Jamison out to give his friend.
Excuse me? Can you imagine you're in a fight for your life against a guy who spits green acid and Jim Jamison comes out to help you?
David Haskins a little help. And Kabuki goes after Haskins. And Jamison.
Hey, what's up, F. Wood?
Haskins down on the mat, and now Jamison just really pounded hard by Kabuki.
Some of the moves you just really can't figure out.
I mean, this is just like a bonus squash match, right? Seeing him beat up Jamison.
What in the world he's doing. Here comes Mike Murphy in. Oh, look at that kick.
Yes.
He puts Murphy down no sooner.
That was nice. I really appreciated that. That was great.
He hits the ring.
So whoever comes out, is this going to be Smothers, like blind Tracy Smothers?
Kabuki with a big chop. Yamamoto now hits Haskins with a kendo stick. As Kabuki.
This is fantastic. This is like a complete Memphis fuck finish, man. I love it.
Destroying Mike Murphy.
Jamison has been thrown out of the ring. Tojo.
Here comes the King.
Oh, wow. Black Scorpion, like the that ended up being Ric Flair. I think that this really speaks highly of the way that they view Kabuki, because I was thinking like, okay, they're going to bring out some mid-card guy who's going to kind of like run him off or back him down a little bit, and then they'll feud, but they're going straight to Lawler. Maybe he's going to have a short run.
Yamamoto grabs the hair of
Nintendo
Kabuki,
stick.
pulls him back toward the edge of the ring as Lawler says, come on, come on. And Tojo gets him over to ringside and is literally just pulling Kabuki out on the floor.
I like that, yeah.
As after destroying
This is kind of reminiscent to me just a little bit. It just kind of reminds me of like the early Sabu days in ECW when they would bring him down on like the Hannibal Lecter gurney.
Haskins, Jamison, and Mike Murphy. The King came in, and Tojo thought better of it right then and there. But the winner, without any question.
I wasn't watching it live at the time during the Black Scorpion thing, but going back and I watched like one of those YouTube compilations that shows you the whole storyline. And like it's so many different people over the course of the thing, it seems like. Seems like he was always changing heights and stuff. How's it going, Michael Myers, H2O?
Of a doubt, Kabuki.
No doubt about it. He did get the pin on Haskins. Haskins suffered enough during the match, but then he really went to work on him after the match. Minute 39 seconds was the official time on it, and a win for the Great Kabuki.
Timeout. Be back in just a moment.
Wow. That was snug. Wow. Remember when that guy gave that knee yesterday? I can still visualize it. I don't remember who it was or what the circumstances were, but I just remember that guy kneeling down and he hit him with that knee, and it looked so good. And then we rewatched it and he hit him in the shoulder. But like in the moment, I thought he killed him. It looked so brutal.
Wednesday night, Evansville Coliseum. What a night of action. And wait till you hear the entire card. One of the matches is going to be a six-man tag match with Fire, Flame, and the Torch going against Giant Hillbilly and Cousin Junior in a special partner.
You know that drive we're bringing in? A fire of our own, right?
That's right. That's Tommy Rich. Wildfire, Tommy Rich. Wildfire.
Oh shit, where's the Tommy Rich guy in the chat? Who's the person that always wants to talk about Tommy Rich?
He can burn down barn. He can kick butt too. I tell you what, Fire and Flame, you are lost. They bring that big old torch up there on the big old Fire, Flame, and Torch against the Giant Hillbilly, Cousin Junior, and Tommy Wildfire Rich. Hey, an international tag title match will be on the card. It's going to be a special match too that will have a mystery referee. After what Fire?
No, I think even like Corporal Kirshner used the Savate kick, I think, as a finisher. A lot of people used it just not usually as a finisher. I actually am a big fan of these type of gimmicks where it's obvious who's underneath of the mask. And I do have to put the disclaimer up sometimes during this because the Jarretts, for some reason, dislike my channel.
Fire and Flame, or rather Sato and Goto did to the referee last week. Eddie Marlin is bringing in a special mystery referee to referee this international tag battle.
Yes, sir. Everybody, all the fans know I've been told about all the interference that Tojo's given, how he sticks his nose in the matches. They went too far last week abusing the referee. Eddie's asked me to be the referee. I'm going to do what I can do to see that that Jeff and Pat get a square deal in the match. In case I need any help, I've got this stick because I know and you know what Tojo does with his.
I sure do. The mystery referee who will be handling the international tag championship.
Left to Tojo after that.
Typical Friday night for you. This is like my typical Friday morning, I guess. Well, every morning, just not always wrestling.
Bear gets through with him up there.
What a great interview. Like, that's such a shit angle. Like, people say it's wrestle crap, but I think it's so entertaining, especially since they're leaning into it. And he's like, I want to make sure my son, Jeff Jarrett.
Really? I got to tell you, he's got to face Gentleman Ben, the wrestling bear. I never thought I'd...
What? Wait a minute. What? 1986 and people are still wrestling bears? I know Tracy Smothers wrestled a bear one time.
See this. Jerry Lawler, Bam Bam Bigelow on the same side of the ring.
Well, I can just say I'm glad to see it because believe me, Lance, it's much better to be with him than it is against him. He's finally seen the light. He's seen what a low light.
Oh, so Bam Bam's not leaving the territory then. That's kind of surprising. I thought that would be it.
Stinking parasite Larry Sharp is. Now, Sharp, go get anybody you want, Missing Link or whoever, brother. Bring him on because this man right here is ready for you.
Dude, the Missing Link, not a great wrestler, but man, I'd love to see him here. I think it'd be super cool. I'm glad Bam Bam's sticking around.
Larry Sharp, let me tell you something. There's going to be a slaughter. The apples go.
This is a great episode. This episode is really like reinvigorating me after I went through that portal yesterday.
In your mouth. Lick your dessert.
Wow.
Well, next up on Championship Wrestling, we're going to be welcoming the King in here for an official match. He made an appearance, but that was not the official appearance. Right now, what we want to do is remind you that plenty of action still to go. We've got lots of it with Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka against the Memphis Vice, and we've got Akio Sato and Tarzan Goto. A lot of other things yet to go, my friend. Right now, let's take a look at somebody that is...
Doesn't he only, like, I don't know anymore now after his most recent health scare, but I think up until that point he was wrestling like just a few times a year to like I think he had wrestled like every year or every month, once a month or once a year, at least once a year for like just a ridiculous number of years. But I think that last health thing that I think was like a year or two ago, I think was pretty intense.
Is tough enough.
The only way I'll ever go on anybody else's show, except for I'll always be there for Thick Gemini. I'll always go on his show. But the only way I'll go on any other show is if they produce a series of vignettes to introduce me in the weeks leading up to my appearance like this. I think we've seen this, like, no shit. 75. Would I appear on EFD's channel under a mask? No. And I think if you ever saw anybody that looked like me or looked like they had my background and they were on EFD's channel wearing a mask, I mean, I think that would have to be like AI or like, you know, something like that. So let's talk about something here. I don't want to get super deep on it or anything, but what do you think from a societal view, why is this entertaining and it makes you like Jerry Lawler, I think anyway, even though they are just glaze reels and we know he's kind of, you know, more or less running shit or running a lot of the shit going on. Why is this entertaining and like good? But like, if I had to sit through one of these of Triple H when he was the champion, I would have. Like, I guess it's because it's kind of like goofy nostalgia, maybe in kind of a way. But like, you know what I mean? Like, it's the guy who's got the power putting himself over for 5 minutes every episode in a music video. Like, why is this endearing? And if it was like Triple H or The Rock, I would hate it. Dirty Fusion. No. You missed the easy one, Deninsky. Mark Fission.
Okay, about ready to go.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. My mind is now fully, I'm back in a state of relaxation now. JD Costello is in the ring. Oh my gosh. The difference is Lawler is telling, so there you go. It could be that simple. But I mean, like, I never watch any of these, even the Bill Dundee ones. I don't ever watch them, and I'm like, man, what a jackass or whatever. Unless it's a heel reel. But like, I really like them here, and I think they would really suck for most if I had to sit through most Top Guy Glaze videos like that.
Oh, with the King to come in here to face Basher of the Mod Squad, already in the ring. JD and Basher,
look at
and there
this.
he is,
Wow.
Jerry Lawler.
And a one-fall, 10-minute time limit match coming up here. Basher of the Mod Squad with J.D. Costello in his corner is out of Badlands in New Orleans. And the King out of Memphis, Tennessee at 234 pounds. One fall, 10-minute time limit. This should be a good one.
Oh, I'm so happy J.D. Costello's back. I don't think, have we seen any guitar shots in 1986 Memphis? I don't think so. We saw Dutch play the guitar, and maybe Dirty Rhodes played it.
King hands the crown out of the ring. JD with the Mod Squad rule book tucked under his arm is explaining something to the King. I don't know what. I don't know that we want to know.
Watch that rule book.
JD sucks.
Crowd getting into it. JD's a wimp. Bell time. Here
Oh,
we
JD's
go.
a wimp.
Lawler, Basher ought to be a good bout.
Lawler.
Now, legit, what does that tell you about J.D. Costello, right? Jerry fucking Lawler is in the ring, and the crowd is chanting at J.D. Costello. He's been gone for a little while. I think they missed him.
Coming after Basher. Basher backing up. Referee trying to get out of the way. JD yelling to Lawler, hey, don't be looking at me. You better pay attention to what's going on in the ring. And that to some extent is true, but you don't forget about J.D. Costello over here either.
Oh, he would love for you to totally forget him, and then all of a sudden, whambo, look at here, reversal. Peels him out of the corner, and Basher bounces across the ring. The King and Basher going in a one-fall, 10-minute time limit bout.
You know, Lance Russell, it takes a real dumb person, once you get stung by a bee, to stick your hand into the hive again, right? Don't you agree with that?
I would say that's
Well,
pretty
then
good
why is
statement.
Jerry Lawler in the ring with Basher? We've beat him before, and it's going to happen right again today.
Well, Jerry Lawler is just telling J.D. Costello, come in and let me feed you a portion of this knuckle sandwich I've got for you up here. There's plenty for both of you. I never considered Lawler to be dumb, so obviously it means that he thinks that he can handle Basher in there.
My mama always told me.
It's just amazing to me that, like, it's fucking Basher. In what possible world does anybody think Basher is going to beat Jerry Lawler? And yet, the vibe of the place, the crowd always feels like Lawler's in peril. Lance always sells it like, well, the King's had a great run, folks, but it's pretty much over now. Did I see EFD rage out on Matt's stream last night? No, I'll check it out though. I need an EFD Boyd Watch clip. I'll check it out. What's it's literally from last night.
Not to turn my back on anybody that Spike or Basher couldn't beat up. But I'll tell you one thing, Spike and Basher can definitely beat up Jerry Lawler, and I'll turn my back on him anytime.
Well, we're going to take a look and see how this one comes out. Basher rushes the referees. He's got to get on somebody.
Yeah,
Lawler just made a fool out of him.
he did. It made him look real bad. Real bad.
JD's a wimp.
I do think Memphis is really good about being able to have like an atmosphere that this is a huge fight. Like this really feels like a main event match at like a big show because of the way it's being sold and because of how hot the crowd is. And just like, man, that big fight vibe is like everything, I think. It's why stuff like Hogan Andre ends up getting more like, you know, more praise than something that's maybe like a technically better match, or like Hogan versus The Rock. Like that, the like UFC matches, they've got some really great fighters, but there aren't a lot of guys who really make you like, who really have that like aura of like, holy shit, we're gonna see two like juggernauts against each other. Like, if they would have done it whenever they were in their prime, like Chuck Liddell and Vanderlei Silva would have had that kind of atmosphere. Pride had it. Pride was really good at building that. Did Basher have any other gimmicks? I don't know. I honestly, unless I saw him and I didn't know it, I haven't seen him before this 1986 run.
Conference time with JD and Basher, and Lawler is saying, hey, JD's got to get down off that apron. He doesn't belong up here. Match is still in progress.
Yes, it is. Basher facing off with the King in there, and hey, regardless of how bizarre J.D. Costello may be, do not take Basher lightly. Lawler doesn't. This guy is tough.
I love that David Schultz clip. I wish so much we could watch UFC or Pride on here. I think that'd be so much fun, but they'd take it down like immediately.
Big, strong kid. Down he goes with a fist wrapping him upside the head, and now he follows Lawler right down to the floor. Right at the ring post. Woo! Lawler ducked on that one, and Basher rattled his fist right on the ring post. That one had to hurt.
There's JD over to console Basher again. JD is saying, yeah, I think he tried to call timeout there or something. He said, just hold up a minute. The referee's going to start counting, and he better be back in there by the 10 count.
Wonder how many timeouts he's got left.
None in this match.
That's right. Basher again rattling with the referee. I don't know what's on his mind.
Boy, I'm getting mad. If there's one...
Or as Gorilla Monsoon would say, there's no such thing as timeouts in the world of professional wrestling, Brain.
Wrestler in this area that I hate, it's Jerry the King Lawler, and you know it that I do, Lance Russell.
Okay, JD, that's the way you feel about it. Go tell Lawler about it.
Lawler with a block as Basher was going to put the boot to the midsection, and Lawler drops down with the right hand. Referee Jerry Calhoun is immediately in between them and warning the King about using the doubled up fist. He did, in fact, use it. And I think Basher will confirm that for you.
I'm right here, Ref. Don't you worry about me. I'm right here.
Basher.
What if he gives him the enziguri?
Trying to reverse the situation. Look at Lawler.
Beautiful move.
I swear to God, I didn't know he was going to do that. I, in a million years, didn't think that was going to happen.
Move by Jerry as he was held with one foot.
Jerry Lawler doing an enziguri. What the fuck?
He just wheeled the...
Joe Shabatoni is never going to believe me that I didn't pre-watch this, but I swear I didn't.
Another one up and kicked him right upside the head. Jerry Lawler.
This has not been a good day for Basher. Lawler has made him look bad several times during the match.
Crowd really on JD's case as they continue to chant, JD's a wimp.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen Jerry Lawler do that before. I didn't even know it was like a physical possibility for him.
Into the rope. And a little crisscross. Watch this. Lawler slides right out of the ring and takes off after J.D. Costello, who beat a hasty retreat, as they say.
Yeah, Lawler's got the Mod Squad rule book on his side now. JD is saying, hey, give me back my rule book. Lawler says, let's see what it says on page 1. He says, wait a minute. I'm just kind of reading here, referee.
JD. The referee trying to take the rule book away, and he does finally and gives it back
Hey, Gemini Mama?
to J.D. Costello. Gotta watch that rule book.
Look at that, Lance Russell.
Hey, you don't have to put him up to anything. He can do whatever he wants to do.
There's a lesson there.
That Jerry Lawler Insiguri is going to be burned into my memory, like, for eternity. It's going to be when I turn into, like, you know, cosmic particles. Each of those cosmic particles is going to remember that Insiguri.
For JD, don't leave your things lying around. Put them away, right? 6 minutes gone in this one.
Lawler whipped across the road. Oh, boy. That solid frame of Basher.
I like how he took, like, just a second to look over to Costello and be like, "Did I do good, boss?" And he's like, "You did great."
Bit of it caught Lawler with that one. And he drove him back into the turnbuckle. Sat him down on that bottom rope. And now Basher whipping away. There comes the strap.
There you go.
Big right hand from the King. Snaps him over the shoulder. Gonna tattoo him here and there. JD up on the ring apron. The referee over grabbing JD. But JD battling his way through. Lawler drops down with a big right hand. And while the referee is fighting with JD Costello, Lawler's got a pin, but there's no count. One.
Yeah, that Phil Donahue episode is like, that's rarefied air to me. It's just like, it's so good. There's some other really good Phil Donahues, but I don't think any that reached that point. That's like his Geraldo episode where he took on the neo-Nazis. Like, it's kind of like his peak, I think.
1, 2, and JD Costello. That'll be a disqualification, Davey.
Yeah. It was going to be a 3 count anyway, but JD, in fact, just got the disqualification
Oh, come
for
on,
Basher.
ref.
Now
Come
Lawler's got him. Look out, here comes Spike of the Mod Squad in. And it's going to be 3 against 1 in the ring there. The King is outnumbered.
Or he's got them outnumbered.
Yeah,
Boy,
maybe
he's
he
hot
does.
today.
He has run both Spike and Basher out of there, and here comes J.D. Costello.
JD found himself in there all by himself. Disqualification on JD, we do understand. And the winner is Jerry Lawler.
Wow, what a...
They should have disqualified Jerry Lawler and then had him arrested when he stole the rule book, in my opinion.
match. 6 minutes, 57 seconds of time.
6:57, we've got more.
You've known 2 people to go on Maury and Montel. I think Jamie Dundee cast like half the people that went on Jerry Springer.
I'm going to be back in a moment.
That Netflix Jerry Springer documentary said that some crazy percentage, like it was super, super high, like 75% or something, of their guests that were ever on Jerry Springer came from within like one triangle. And guess what was like right in the middle of the triangle? Memphis.
I want to take 60 seconds of your time first to give you the couple of towns around the area, in the area. Friday, September the 19th, Charlotte, Tennessee at the junior high school. Friday, October the 3rd at Clarksville, Tennessee, Northwest High School. Now, let me tell you all about the outstanding card coming in Wednesday night at the Evansville Coliseum. This is a dandy. Nick Adams opens up against the Ninja. Then it's the Mod Squad with J.D. going against Tracy Smothers and Paul Diamond. That will be an adjustment for a fact. International Tag Title match where Sato and Goto defend against Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka.
I would have liked to have gone on Jerry Springer with like some kind of crazy like gimmick story. But I always figured like there'd be people who would watch it and who would actually believe that it was real. And I was like, do I really want to be known as that, as like that guy? And that was before you could even really go viral, because it was just like, maybe a lot of people would view the show that day or whatever, but there weren't really places you could go to go get like consistent clips or anything.
With a special mystery referee. Then Gentleman Ben, the wrestling bear, against Tojo Yamamoto, Fire Flame.
Oh my God, Tojo Yamamoto versus a wrestling bear. What?
And the Torch going against the Giant Hillbilly Cousin Jr. and Wildfire Tommy Rich. And then if you can believe this, Man Mountain Link and pretty boy Larry Sharp go against the incredible team of
Man Mountain Link. Anybody know anything about Man Mountain Link?
the King and Bam Bam Bigelow, Wednesday night, Evansville.
Be there.
Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka have made an unusually successful young team. We've got an unusual video, kind of a music video that I think you might enjoy.
All right.
Opens up with Jerry Lawler talking to these two. Let's take a look at it.
I want to welcome everybody back now to the Jerry Lawler Show, and our special guest today.
Also, if you weren't around for it, there's somewhere on my page, there's a live stream, Getting High and Watching the Jerry Lawler Show. And we watched a bunch of episodes of his show, and they were like exactly what you would picture from a from Memphis wrestling TV at the time.
Hey, in the it's one-on-two segment today, we have Pat Tanaka and Jeff Jarrett. Fellas, I want to welcome you to the show. I want to get right into the meat of this interview with a question that I'm sure a lot of the people have wondered. What's some of the things you enjoy most about wrestling so far?
Fake. This is fake. But I like it. It's corny, but I think it's interesting. Look at Pat Tanaka, Hawaiian Pat Tanaka, by the way. Jeff was like, "Don't even think about kissing me, rat."
It's a pretty glamorous looking life, lifestyle. But I know, and I'm sure you guys are finding out, it's not really all it appears to be on the surface. There's a little bit of tough going about it. What have you experienced so far, Jeff?
Now that sounds familiar. The idea of someone eating a raw chicken, but that could have just been like a Joe LeDuc segment, I remember, or something. But Man Mountain Link, I'm interested to see. Well, hopefully we'll get to see what he looks like. Kind of an interesting song choice, I think.
Yeah, well, about wrestling, it's a lot of fun going out there, and we try to do our best every time we step in the ring. But before the matches, usually me and Pat, as you said, we work out, but then we also have some fun time. We go to the mall and look around all the girls.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys don't enjoy being the young ladies, do you?
We could probably watch some, I could probably find some Jenny Jones or some like Sally Jesse or something. We could do, next time we do a trash TV, we could just switch shows. We could take a break from Morton and watch some, get the female perspective. Ricky Lake. Nice. Wow. Pat Tanaka getting all the pussy. All the women are wanting to get on him.
What about the fans themselves? How are you guys super happy?
They're super people, and that's one thing we do enjoy about our job is meeting all these fans. The thing I like most about wrestling is the fans.
Whenever I tell somebody that I make YouTube, that I like stream on YouTube and make videos here, I always have a feeling that if they come to check out my content, it'll be like during a segment like this, one of these like really strange 80s segments, and it's just me like getting high and watching weird wrestling vignettes.
When you're in that ring and the heat of the battle is really going, you've got to pull down and you got to reach down and grab something. The fans are always there for me, and I'd really like to thank them for their great support they've given me.
Yeah, we watched that too, Pentagram Dave. That I think it was on the same one where it was Geraldo versus the Nazis. Then Geraldo opens Al Capone's vault, and then we watched John Stossel, and I think that Hulk Hogan Richard Belzer thing too. I'd love to. I wouldn't mind watching soap operas on here. We could actually do that. When I was a Twitch streamer before I got banned, I would do. I'd get high and watch Lifetime movies over there. I tried it over here, and Lifetime immediately sent me a cease and desist.
Jeff.
Listen, I'm friends with the Anvil. I was Jim Neihart's bestie.
Jared, Pat Tanaka.
Oh,
will be
shit.
facing the Memphis
Memphis
Vice.
Vice.
And here everybody come. Ought to be a doggone good tag match today, Dave.
Looking forward to this one. It's going to be a tag team match. One fall, 10-minute time limit. And introducing the Memphis Vice, Big Lou and Jerry Bryant out of Memphis, Tennessee. They come in at a total weight of 468 pounds. Meanwhile, at about 401 pounds across the ring from Nashville.
Yeah, I really like the Morton shows. I'm a big fan of like people talking things out, and I just feel like even though it's a chaotic atmosphere, I do feel like everybody gets to be heard on that show. And like that doesn't mean everybody gets a favorable response, but like I feel like everybody gets to be heard. But you also don't have to be like super polite to other people, but you can't also like cut them off all the time. I just like it because it lets people, it seems like it lets people have intense discussions with like reasonable boundaries. Like nobody gets babied, but like you also can't like just incinerate somebody.
Tennessee, Jeff Jarrett and his partner from Hawaii, Pat Tanaka.
Lou was just pointing out the signboard
Where's the Titantron?
that he and Jerry wear on
Big
the backside of their wrestling attire. Big Lou has so bad.
Well, a lot of Mort too was, you know, like with anything, was kind of a put on, but it just how much of it was put on is just how you interpret it, I guess. But there's a really good documentary, but again, we'd have to watch it on Twitch, which sucks. But there's a great documentary about how the show was made and kind of his life, like a life story, but with a focus on the era that his show took place in.
And Brian has mean and nasty.
Yeah.
Oh no, not Howard Stern. Howard Stern shit is like that. Howard Stern even took the Thorpes down. They showed a segment from there, and Howard Stern took their cut the live stream off.
Jeff Jarrett with new wrestling.
I mean, he didn't personally say like, "Hey, listen, yeah, get that Grace Thorpe bitch, cut her off." But like, it was automated. But I mean, it's a really fast response for the Howard Stern stuff.
Attire here today too.
Yes. First time we've seen Jeff in the long.
But like public access shows, those are pretty much usually fair game. Like a lot of anything that was like regional probably doesn't have anybody that's really actively pursuing the copyrights.
Wrestling bottoms.
Bryant. Boy, Bryant, I've never seen anybody with more confidence when they step in the ring. You could put him in there against any two big guys, and he would walk in there thinking, I'm going to beat these guys in 10 seconds, you know?
Well, whoa, beautiful drop kick. Look at that one.
Brian.
Beautiful drop kick. Hey, how's it going, Rich? Like, I don't mind. On Twitch, we could live stream pretty much anything because they don't really mess with it while you're live. They'll just come after your VOD. I don't mind doing it. It's just kind of a pain because of letting I guess it just posting in advance, I guess, of when I was going to be over there. If it was like something that everybody wanted to see.
And Big Lou both may have to rethink a little bit now, huh?
Yeah, that'll take a little confidence away from you. Two great drop kicks from Jeff Jarrett, and he does have a dandy drop kick. What we really say about Bryant off the microphone is he is cocky. As Bryant climbs back up in, take a look at him up in the air. Look at how high
What a
he is.
kick. Ooh, wow.
Immediately back on his feet, and bam! He nails Big Lou. Super move by a very, very fine prospect, Jeff Jarrett. And boy, let me tell you, the guy over at ringside is no slouch either. He turned him almost all the way over that time. In the air, crotched him and body slammed him, covers him. And Big Lou is coming down to break his neck with that elbow. Jeff got out of the way and he hit his partner. Whoa, a double drop kick.
What did the tights say this time?
Boy, Jeff Jarrett is looking good here today.
So bad.
And they haven't even seen Pat Tanaka yet.
That's right. It's been all Jarrett so far, and we're 2 minutes into the match. Jeff helping the crowd count.
Yeah, a quick
At
count.
9. Yeah, a little quick, but they got to 9. When the referee got to 10, that would have been a count out for Bryant.
It is extremely interesting to see, like, to watch it, especially like for me, because I'm watching this for the first time, and like I know who some of the guys are, but some of the guys I don't know who they are. So like seeing who gets over and who doesn't, and like how they get over, like because some of the people aren't the best wrestlers, but they're like insanely over, and like vice versa. But it's really interesting. I still think the best way to get over in Memphis is your promo. Like if you can connect with the crowd, they'll overlook a lot of shit. Like, look at JT Southern. He's like the most over baby face in the territory besides Lawler, and he can't do anything.
And Big Lou, the Memphis Vice.
Are there any lady wrestlers in this era? Yeah, we're in September 13th, 1986, and we've been watching since the first show in 1986, and there's been one women's match, and I mean in total, maybe besides the crowd, we've seen maybe one valet and then the 2 female wrestlers, and that was it. I think those are the only women that have ever appeared on screen.
Lou inviting one of his tormentors up into the ring there. Somebody's been yelling at Big Lou ever since he stepped out here.
I think Lou's temper and disposition a little short after that drop kick from Jeff.
Stan Hansen's another one of those guys we were talking about yesterday where they were such an attraction during the territory days that the idea of like settling down into a long-term contract in one place was like, you know, they were just approaching the business so differently. He kind of fits in with that group, I think.
Look out, though. Oh, yeah.
From outside, Lou Winston. He's got quite a reach on him, and he reached into the ring with that right fist and tagged Jeff Jarrett with it.
And then you have like somebody like Warrior, yeah, who had an intense personality and promo, and then not much wrestling skill. And then look in Memphis, look at Trailer and Garmin, the tag team. They're in my opinion, the best overall tag team in the territory. They have consistently good matches, and yet they've never won. Like they've literally never won a single match.
Bryant with Jarrett backed into the corner. Look at Lou Winston.
Oh, He-Man. I don't know if you know this or not, but Richard and Joy gave me pretty unprecedented access to like a ton of privated archive videos, and I mean there's some amazing stuff in there. I think the first clip I'm going to make from it is Richard reviewing, Jedi Rich is reviewing Pakistani Kush, I think. And it's it's really short, but it's really entertaining.
From outside.
I think Hogan is a very underrated wrestler. I think the best way I would put it is Hogan did what he needed to do, and that's it. He wasn't of the mindset that I've got to go out and put my body on the line for these fans, because he knew that what they really wanted was, as Bruce Pritchard would say, is Hogan must pose. That's where they would get their value out of him. So like he wasn't gonna. But the idea that he was lazy in the ring is crazy. He was a bump machine in the 80s. He made so many big monster heels look like $1 million. Was he a great technical wrestler? No, but he had that big fight aura. I think up until he went to WCW, and I think he lost a little bit of the luster for a while there, anytime you see Hulk Hogan is like big fight atmosphere. and you just can't that outweighs a lot of other shit, I think.
Bryant, power slam. Jeff Jarrett down to the mat. Count is at 1 and 2. Jeff able to kick out of it at the 2 count.
Also, Hogan was involved in what I think is one of the greatest long-term niche storytelling elements in the history of wrestling, which is that Bobby Heenan constantly for years and years in the WWF said Hulk Hogan is not to be trusted. You know, he's a criminal. He's a cheater. You know, somebody in the chat was talking about the eye rake, and he did the back rake too. So Heenan was always saying it, and Monsoon would get on him, you know, and then he had the feud through just always feuding with him. Then he was on commentary, always shitting on him in WCW. And then as soon as Hogan turned heel, Bobby Heenan was just like, yep, this dude was right, man. He was right all along. I just thought that was such good, long-term storytelling.
Didn't look good there for a moment.
Surprise, Bryant.
Hollywood Hogan was epic, yes, but getting to Hollywood Hulk Hogan was not epic. Leaving his original shit in WCW was awful. That was atrocious. Even that early transition when they made him wear the Hollywood stuff before the NWO turn for a while. I don't know if they were just testing it out or what was going on, but there's an era in WCW of Hulk Hogan, and I say this as a huge Hulk Hogan mark. Like, he was just garbage. It was borderline unwatchable, in my opinion. But you're right. Once Hollywood Hogan hit, that was it. In my opinion, Hogan was absolutely just as good as a heel as he was as a babyface. But there was that awkward. Okay, like you had Hulk Hogan in the 80s was like the balls, and then Hulk Hogan in the late 90s was the asshole, and then you had this miserable taint in the middle that was just, awful.
He was stunned when he found himself flying off of Jim. Here's Big Lou.
Yes, the Dungeon of Doom era shit, and it's weird. That's another instance of where, like, goofy shit for some reason works here. Like, I can almost see the Dungeon of Doom getting over in Memphis, but in WCW and against Hulk Hogan, I don't know. I just thought it was awful. And I'm somebody who loves stuff that's, typically people would think is awful.
Going for the suplex. He pops him over in a short arc. Big elbow.
Pat Tanaka reaching for the tag on Jeff Jarrett, but Big Lou Winston takes Jeff back over to the corner of the Memphis Vice.
Jeff might well use a tag on partner Pat Tanaka at this point as Bryant and Big Lou kind of turn the tables around, and Bryant adds to it by ripping a right hand. In the air again, another body slam. Jeff Jarrett, center of the ring.
Jeff really knocked down hard with that right fist. It's been all Jeff Jarrett. Pat Tanaka has not been in the match.
Yeah, one of the things that a young wrestler has to learn is that there is a time to make a tactical retreat and tag your partner. Most young wrestlers who are worth their salt that we've seen when they start out will think, boy, I'm not going to let that guy get away with that, and he'll stand there and get his brains beat.
Now that I think that's better. Mean and nasty is better. The worst one I think is when they were the ones that say get this.
Out and get beat. That's why you got a partner over there, but it's hard to swallow when you've got any kind of backbone and so forth, and it's a learning process. There's a cover on Bryant. Lou comes out. There's the tag on Pat Tanaka. We get a fresh man in, and look at Tanaka go.
Oh. Boy, he hit Winston with quite a kick, knocked him down. All of them in there now. Bryant against Jarrett. Lou Winston against Tanaka. Look out. Here comes Sato, Goto, and Kojo. That is going to be the end of the match, but it's not going to be the end of the action. As Sato and Goto go to work on Jarrett and Tanaka as they're being held up by the Memphis Vice. Now Bryant and Lou Winston leave.
They take off as Sato and Goto.
Look at that. Tojo Yamamoto is just trying to walk around the ring, and Jeff Jarrett's trying to trip him. He's just trying to feel the ring with his walking cane so he can know where he's going, and Jeff Jarrett's getting right in the way of it. You hate to see that.
Oh, going after Tanaka and Jarrett. That's Yamamoto's shoe that Sato has. And Tojo nailing Tanaka. Boy, Tanaka bleeding, running down.
Oh, geez. Do you think this is intentional that they're having the Japanese brutalize a Hawaiian?
On his face as Jeff was slammed with that shoe by Akio Sato. Jeff has some blood trickling down his head. Boy, that's not designed to help it. As Yamamoto hits kendo stick on Jarrett and
Hey, Randy, how's it going?
Tanaka, while Goto and Sato are killing these two guys. Sato and Goto really have never been able to get used to the fact that they haven't been able to destroy. Here comes Jerry Jarrett coming in there to help his son and Pat Tanaka.
Have you ever been hit with one of them? Nutty, the unhinged clown? The only thing, it's really not that bad. I mean, there's like some impact pain, I guess. But the only thing that sucks is if it's one that's made a particular way and it, like, when you get hit with it, it pinches your skin. That really hurts, but otherwise it's really not that bad, in my opinion.
Out, going after Yamamoto, going after Sato. Goto, Sato holds him, and Tojo teed off on him with that kendo stick.
No, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that it felt good. I'm just saying, like, it's not like brutally, like, to me, the level of pain you take is less than what it looks like, which is, I think, kind of what you want in pro wrestling, is something that it looks like it's just, like, killing you, but it's actually really not.
Here comes the King. Lawler nails Goto, then Sato. Jarrett back on his feet.
Okay, let's pitch this idea. What do you think? Who's going to be the ones to beat Goto and Sato? Is it going to be Jarrett and Tanaka, like they've kind of been building to? But then I also feel like Jeff Jarrett keeps getting involved, or not Jeff Jarrett, but Jerry Lawler keeps getting involved in this feud too. So it's like, is it going to be another like feather in Lawler's cap to be in the tag team that beats them for the first time?
After Tojo.
Jarrett with a kendo stick going after Tojo.
Boy, he is beating him with that kendo stick.
Hey, where's his mask at?
And Sato, Goto, and Yamamoto figured out that 4 better not tangle with 3. And they have finally split. Tanaka bloody from head to toe. And the end result is a disqualification.
Yeah, the team of Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka are going to get the win. 5 minutes, 19 seconds, the official time.
5:19 the official time as Jarrett and Tanaka win it. Go away bloody at a brutal beating.
Man, Pentagram Dave, that lady you sent me, it's fucking cracking me up. I couldn't believe it. What a strange vibe.
By Sato and Goto. Timeout, and we'll be back in a moment.
I need your help. See, I bought this furniture store, and my warehouse is way overstocked with first-quality, name-brand furniture that I gotta sell immediately to raise cash fast. So you help me, and I'll help you to the furniture buy of a lifetime. Like these big man recliners from just $97. All wood dinettes, only $129.
Oh, man, a recliner for $97? Holy shit.
This 5-piece living room group is only $4.99. So come on down, help me whip up on high prices with the best deals in town.
No, it's me. I think she's saying that she gets tired of clarifying that, like, she is a woman. So maybe she's saying that, like, because the name is not indicative that she's a female. How's it going, EFD? EFD, what happened last night on Matt's show? The kendo stick to the head looked like a botched move. Not from a professional like Tojo Yamamoto.
And free financing for a year. That's Lawler's Discount Furniture, 1500 North Garvin here in Evansville. Hurry and save.
We got a little video for the very first time on our current Mid-America heavyweight champion. We're talking about Tracy Smothers. What a
And if the place starts to go under, Lawler will just have he'll have a feud with Fire and Flame, and the place will get burnt down for the insurance money.
fine young man and a great athlete. He ran into a stumbling block with Kabuki, but boy, he is quite something. Let's take a look at this.
This EFD. Where are we at? 39.50. Let's check this out. EFD, you said that you might be bi. Tell me how do these pictures of Tracy Smothers make you feel? Hey, remember that guy that said he was a YouTuber? Let's go check out what he does, and this is what.
Hey, Tracy Smothers, the Mid-America champion, and let's get Tracy out here. We're so delighted for all of the things that, the good things that have happened for him. I better put it that way. And here he comes right now.
Yeah,
Big,
I think they
strapping
were.
kid with great natural talent and hard discipline. He's been a good worker. Tracy, how you doing, bud? Good. We are delighted to see you. We'd hoped to see you in the ring today, but I understand exactly.
Remember he got hit with the kabuki mist in the eyes.
What the situation was.
Yeah, Lance, I hope to see me in the ring too, but you know, I don't know what Kabuki has in that green mist, but I am lucky that it is only one eye. I thought I would be able to wrestle today, but my doctor told me I should wait at least a week.
Yeah, well, I think that's very sound and smart thinking too, is take a listen to him and pay attention to what he's having to say, because there will be other days.
Oh yeah, I definitely don't want to lose that eye. I want it to heal, but I'm going to be ready.
Yeah, well, of course, you're not by yourself. A lot of people have suffered the fate of that, Austin Idol being one of them.
Exactly right, and like I said, that Kabuki is a dangerous guy. Like I said, I don't know what's in that mist, but doggone it, with my eye, I hope I don't.
If this were on that episode of Phil Donahue, Vince would have been like, "Well, listen, Tracy, why didn't you report it at the time? If all these people were getting blinded by the Kabuki mist, why didn't anybody tell me about it? Why didn't anybody tell the authorities? I would have told the authorities."
Don't lose my eye.
We had...
I hope I don't.
Stop the interview right here.
JD.
Tracy Smothers, I want to...
EFD, that's why you get trolled, man. Like, I know it's probably not what you want to hear, but like, I think that's why you get trolled, man, is that when you're drunk, you say that awful stuff, and like, you don't care at the time because if you get into drama because you're drunk, but then in the next day when you're sober, then like people remember the stuff that you said, you know what I mean? And I don't think it's because people hate you or because people think you're like a terrible person. I just think that like it kind of rubs people the wrong way that you're one way when you're drunk, and then you don't they feel like you're not taking accountability for the way that you treated people the previous night. You know what I mean?
to get right in your face because I want you to hear exactly what I've got to say to you. You know, you make it real convenient on yourself.
He's coming out to confront the blind guy.
Real convenient. You're supposed to wrestle Spike in the ring today for the Mid-America belt. Instead, you come out here with sunglasses on, with something saying a little something's wrong, supposedly with one of your eyes.
JD,
well, let me tell you something. There's nothing wrong with one of your eyes. The thing that's wrong with you, you're no champion. You're a chicken. You're yellow-bellied because you're scared to get into the ring with us. We're the one your mama always warned you about. That's exactly what we are. We're the nasty boys on the end of the block. Yeah, you're not a champion.
Yeah.
We the nasty boys at the end of the block. Don't turn into an arsonist, EFD. If people didn't care and if people didn't like you, then like nobody would even say anything. No one would give a shit. They just stop watching your channel or whatever, dude. You know what I mean? Nobody wants you to turn into an arsonist. I don't even think people care like if you want to like have fun and troll and like spurg out or whatever, but it's just like don't be like deeply and personally insulting to people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Smothers, I don't think there's a damn thing wrong with your eye. There's something wrong with your back. You got a big yellow streak right down the middle of your back, boy.
Now, that was a huge deal. Like, that was such a massive insult. There were actually matches, I think even in, I could be wrong, but I think Smoky Mountain Wrestling had a match where the loser got a yellow streak painted down their back.
Yeah, you're supposed to be in the ring with me today.
Listen, Spike, I'll take you on as soon as this eye's better, but the doctor, I got to get his release first.
He's not calling anybody. Why don't you call me doctor?
Come on now. Hey, will you guys knock this stuff off? Hey, come on now. Quit that stuff. You guys.
Oh, man.
JD, I'm telling you.
Tracy Smothers is getting what he deserves. Beat him up.
Who's this? Is that Paul Diamond?
Get him on out of here.
Get him. Come on.
Okay, Tracy.
Come on.
Boy, now don't mess around.
Oh, no, look at Tracy.
Mr. Russell, a year ago I may have took this, but that was a year ago. In case you hadn't noticed, guys, I'm a man now. I'm 6'2", I'm 240 pounds, and this ain't gonna happen to me.
Okay, Tracy. Thank you, Paul.
Oh, wow.
Tracy's over there with Eddie Marlin.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, I got to tell you, one of those things. Thank you. That's just the kind of thing that it's just.
Look, this is going to be controversial, but if I was at like the Library of Alexandria in the future, the equivalent of that, and I only had time to save one thing, and I could either save the collected works of William Shakespeare, or I could save that segment of Tracy Smothers. I wouldn't even have to think about it. I would have to save that Tracy Smothers segment. What an amazing promo. The sunglasses, the Costello making fun of them, and then them beating up a blind guy. That great promo, amazing. Like this, it's wrestling. That's exactly what I want out of wrestling.
He's
Sometimes.
upset, and he's got a right to be upset, and he just told me, you know, he's our Mid-America champion. He said if he didn't get a match with them, he was going to take his belt and leave the area, and I certainly don't want him to do that. And I've got the card here, and I am going to change the match. We're going to, let's see, Paul Diamond and David Haskins against the Mod Squad.
Man, I'd be cussing Eddie Marlin out.
Right.
So I'm going to make it Paul Diamond and Tracy Smothers against the Mod Squad, because I certainly don't want Tracy.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Well, we're going to take time out, and we're going to be back in just one moment.
See, like, that was something small. This is going to be super nerdy, but, like, the way that Lance reacted to that just makes this feel like he's a sportscaster and not like a character, because he wasn't like, okay, we're going to do it. We're going to get this match together. And he would have been like, oh, wow, fans, you heard it here. Da, 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 da. Instead, he's like, oh, okay, well, we'll be right back.
Supercard Wednesday night, Evansville Coliseum. One of the bouts is going to be that six-man match where Fire Flame and the Torch will be going against the team of the Giant Hillbilly.
Who the fuck is the Torch? Is that, who ran the Torch?
Cousin Jr., and they're bringing in Wildfire Tommy Rich.
You know,
I can't. 1986 Memphis, honestly, is really pushing as like one of my favorite years of wrestling. I'm sure it's because I've been doing drugs the whole time and like we're having all these weird conversations, but sometimes it's just so surreal. Like they're just like, well, who could we put with fire and flame? Like, I don't know, the Torch. I'm like, well, how are we gonna come up with a torch? And I'm like, well, don't we have another mask and bodysuit and another fat guy? Let's push him out there.
Lance Russell, me and the Flame has been decorated for valor.
Yeah, JD Costello came back. I was so happy.
You can understand what I'm saying, brother. We have successfully defended these belts against everybody that's ever been put up against us. Now, Wednesday night, Wildfire Tommy Rich, you're already burnt out, brother. But for one last time, we're going to light up your life.
We'll see it Wednesday night when Tommy comes in. International Tag Championship match. Sato and Goto defend against Jeff Jarrett, Pat Tanaka, a special mystery referee for this.
No such thing as special mystery referee, because I see him and I know who's behind the match. It's Jerry Jarrett, because I can see the lump of his head. But I tell you, Jerry Jarrett, if you steal the belt from my boys, I'm personally going to put you out of commission. You understand, you no good son of a gun.
That's the international tag match, and then that final bout is going to be a match that'll have Jerry the King Lawler and Bam Bam.
Oh my God. What an embarrassment of riches this episode is. We come from an unhinged Tojo Yamamoto promo right into Larry Sharp.
Bam Bigelow on one side of the ring against Man Mountain Lincoln, pretty boy Larry Sharp.
Everybody knows who's wrestling who, Lance. Don't bore people. Okay. Let them find out some facts. The final bout is right. The final bout for Bigelow and the final bout for Lawler. Because it's over. It's the blind leading the blind in your corner. Don't you understand, Bigelow? I was your brain. You've had a lobotomy. It's gone. Well, let me show you something right here. This is your time, and this is...
He bought those fake watches from Uncle Smelmer in the parking lot, according to Dave's channel.
Lawler's time. And in Evansville, Indiana, your time's running out. Because myself and the late, Bigelow, I just might come in there and smack you around, and Lawler, I might give you a couple jabs, but I don't have to, because I got monsters from the factory. And Link is going to finish your day, Lawler.
It's just mainlining wrestling. Just two amazing promos back to back.
The Japanese team. I see the flag. I see.
Oh my gosh, guys. Bear Thompson has gotta be that guy right here. Oh my gosh. Bear Thompson. Maybe. I'm assuming because he looks like kind of he'd have a bear gimmick, but I gotta see this guy. He looks like an absolute goon.
The flag. The Japanese team of Akio Sato, Tarzan Goto in the ring right now, doing battle.
Oh, no, never mind. The Bear's the giant guy. I remember him now from last week, yeah.
Against Mike Jackson and William.
Well, this Mike Jackson is a goon.
The Bear Thompson. That in there right now is Mike Jackson. Mike out of Birmingham, Alabama. He weighs in at 192 pounds and is ranked in the top 10 in the world in junior heavyweights.
What a contrast between the Bear and Mike Jackson as partners, huh?
I was just thinking that. Mike weighs in at 192, and William the Bear Thompson in there right now weighs in at 270 pounds.
See, like, imagine if Kabuki had come out like this. Wouldn't you have a completely different outlook on him if he had just beat the shit out of the guy like Tarzan Goto does?
He's a big one. Akio Sato working on him right now.
Oh, that's
over
Sato.
in the corner.
I thought it was
Tarzan Goto. And wandering around ringside somewhere is Tojo Yamamoto with a kendo stick.
Our time is just about out, Dave. It is running very short.
Here we go.
Wanted to bring you what action we could in this one, even though time is short. Oh, look out. Pat Tanaka, Jeff Jarrett in there with some boards.
Danny Bonaducci got blood on an outlaw mud show.
That's going to end the match at the 59-second mark, and the win is going to go to the Japanese team. But
Oh,
it's
come on.
payback
Get
time
ref.
for Pat Tanaka.
Look at him. He's beating up the old man. What a coward.
Jeff Jarrett as they're working on Tojo.
Oh, my God.
Sato and Goto with those boards.
Boy, they are pounding them with those boards.
Working them over.
Yamamoto caught down by the ringside. There goes Tojo running. Jeff Jarrett picks up another piece.
Christ.
And that ended that. It's going to be...
Tojo.
It's going to be a disqualification, but did they get their money's worth?
Boy, they did.
Good night. Woo!
Oh, hey, Kitchen Man Dan.
Wow. Let's catch our breath, check our time. We'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
Dude, this was nuts. Jesus.
Quality name brand furniture that I gotta sell immediately to raise cash fast. So you help me, and I'll help you to the furniture buy of a lifetime. Like these big men.
You know what? I don't know who was the original person that did these because they're on 2 or 3 different accounts, but whoever did it was such a cool person because they were like, you know what? I know they don't want to sit through the commercials probably, but I know they'll want to see like the Jerry Lawler commercials, so they left them in. Like they were really thinking about the bros.
Man recliners from just $97. All wood dinettes, only $129. This 5-piece living room group is only $499. So come on down, help me whip up on high prices with the best deals in town and free financing for a year. That's Lawler's Discount Furniture, 1500 North Garvin here in Evansville. Hurry and...
Wow. Not just the last one. The whole day has been that way. You sure there's not some kind of weird full moon or something
There just might be something going on. I tell you, we started with a great kabuki in here again.
I mean, that was a pretty amazing episode, especially like the second half of it. Like, holy shit. That's Uncle Smelmer that was in the chair. Remember that gimmick they had for, was it the Union, where they had like Shamrock, Big Show, and a couple other people that came down with like 2x4s? Imagine if they'd have come down and just beat the brakes off of people week after week like what we just saw there. That would have got fucking over. That was just a crazy fucking studio brawl. Amazing.
Against David Haskins. Kabuki won the match. He was overpowering in the match.
Yes.
But
Yes.
then it took 3 guys, including Lawler, to finally get Kabuki out of here. Everybody was jumping in there after that match was over, trying to get Kabuki out of the ring.
He demolished Jim Jamison after he'd taken care of Haskins. Mike Murphy came in, and finally Lawler did.
Lawler's the one who could finally do it. Well, then Lawler came back in his match against Basher of the Mod Squad, and a disqualification occurred because Spike of the Mod Squad, who was not involved in the match, came jumping into the ring. Well, there's a disqualification. J.D. Costello jumped in, so it was 3 against 1. Lawler still came out with the upper hand and the victory in that match. Then it was Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka. Well, son of a gun, they beat the Memphis Vice in 5 minutes, 19 seconds, but they did it on disqualification because the Japanese team, Sato and Goto, with Tojo and the kendo stick, came jumping in there. They went to work, and they really got to Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka. They had them cut open.
Bloodied them up bad.
Tojo going with that kendo stick at him, and they just really worked them over bad.
Wow,
but
I gotta tell you.
Just
Dave Brown is killing it right now on this recap.
moments ago here, Akio Sato and Tarzan Goto with Tojo in their corner in a match against Mike Jackson and William the Bear Thompson. And that one ended up with Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka causing a disqualification on the team of Thompson.
Every other time he was like, you know, this son of a bitch broke the rules, man, and he got disqualified. Fuck that heel. But when it's a good guy, he's like, oh, you know, Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka, they caused a little mischief tonight, Lance.
Thompson and Mike Jackson, but they got even with him.
Boy, did they get even with him, because Jeff and Pat came rolling in there with a couple of big, huge boards, and they are beating the stew out of Sato, Goto, and Yamamoto. I mean,
God, this is
to tell you,
fantastic.
look at Yamamoto. Jeff taking particular
this is
delight
wrestling.
in getting a hold of this guy who once was his partner, once was his trainer. Look at Tanaka. Just absolutely from all the way back out in left field,
This looks like
swinging
a
those
crime.
boards, pounding on them, just killing them. It'll be a long time before they forget Tanaka and Jarrett after the beating that they got with those boards today. And all the time it was Tanaka still bleeding with the blood coming down his head and with Jeff Jarrett. But they had to be a little more satisfied after that.
I would think so, and especially they have to be satisfied that they got a couple of shots in at Tojo Yamamoto, and he couldn't even get back at him with that kendo stick. They had him going so much there, so they paid him back. They got even, but it was quite a day of action.
Great episode, like holy shit, that was amazing. There were at least 2 full-scale like brawls that broke out. Kabuki, Bam Bam Bigelow, oh my god, the promos this episode were just completely out of control. All right, let's go to the next show. So this is the immediate follow-up show, September 20th, 1986, CWA Championship Wrestling from Memphis, and we're watching the show as it aired in Evansville, Indiana. Oh, also, I was listening to an old Tony Schiavone episode, and Conrad Thompson confirmed that everyone he talked to said that Memphis was absolutely the top territory for rats, period. Oh, man. Remember Buddy Buddy Landell in the pink suit? It's been forever since we've seen Buddy Landell. He's probably gone.
Lance Russell and Dave Brown. We are ringside. We're ready to go with another big day. You tell them about it, David.
All right, we've got a Southern Tag Team Championship match coming up a little bit later on today. Fire and Flame in here with the titles and challenging for them. Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka should be an excellent.
You know, I'll tell you one thing. Those guys, they were so new and all. When they went for the international titles, they surprised a lot of people. Fire and Flame better.
They talked about him last episode. He was teaming up with... Was he teaming up with Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka to take on Fire, Flame, and the Torch, maybe?
Look out, because this could be an interesting challenge today.
It could be a good one. In addition, we'll have the King in here. He'll be in our opening match in just a few minutes. The Hillbillies will be here, Giant Hillbilly and Cousin Junior. Also, we'll have Tracy Smothers and Paul Diamond. Sato and Goto will be here, too.
All right, golly, we got the makings of another good one. Hope maybe you're ready for it. We are. We'll take time out, and we'll be back with the opening match with the King in just a moment. Ready to go.
All right,
I was listening to the rhetoric in the ring there, Robertson.
Jerry Lawler versus Keith Robertson. What a weird... That's an interesting match. There's got to be something going on here. Some bullshit's going to go down.
Entertaining everybody with all his big mouth. He may not have as much to say as he gets in the ring right now against the King. David, how about the officials?
It's going to be a one-fall, 10-minute time limit match for Memphis, Tennessee at 232 pounds. Over on the left, that's Keith Robertson. And going against him from Memphis, Tennessee at 234 pounds, the King, Jarrett.
Yeah, I remember Arn Anderson. Arn Anderson is actually going to be on an upcoming Boit Watch episode. His, I'm not saying this in a celebratory way or anything, but his podcast does not do very high numbers. So I feel like it's Boit material, and it's also kind of has a really depressing tone overall as a podcast. So Arn Anderson is, interestingly enough, going to be part of Boit Watch.
Lawler. This match, one fall, 10-minute time limit. Gary Calhoun is the referee.
Okay, Robertson, a big fella.
Well, it's weird to saying you have your money on Keith Robertson, because it's one of those moments where it's like, okay, this is Memphis. Like, we don't normally see Jerry Lawler just come out and wrestle a match and leave. It normally works somehow into a story, and we've seen him just straight up get pinned by people before. random like job guys so that, you know, to advance storylines. Remember, Memphis Vice beat him, and then they never did anything. They had him pin him, and then they never did anything with it.
And he'll be a test for anybody that he is in the ring with. Jerry letting somebody in the front row hold his jacket. Bell time, and here we go, off and running. Jerry Calhoun says, so let's try to keep it clean.
Lawler, just before the match started, handing the Southern Heavyweight Championship belt out of the ring for safekeeping. He's back in the corner there. Robertson, boy, he's pleased with himself. But not now, he's not. Count is 1, 2, 3. That's
no.
There you go. Nice. Robertson, he upset the King back in the corner, and Jerry came walking out of there, tapped him on the shoulder. One right hand put him down, and the count of 3. Yeah, there you go. That was it. 28 seconds the time.
He can't. It's
oh,
not
cool.
over with yet. Robertson jumps him from behind.
This is interesting. Like, where do you? Okay, so the top guy comes out, squashes the jobber as he should, but now the jobber's like fighting back. It's just interesting to me. That's something you don't see. Like, it's weird to think of Hulk Hogan coming out and like beating Rene Goulet, and then like Rene Goulet getting his heat back, trying to get his heat back after the match.
Slamming the King around in the ring. He couldn't believe it was all over.
Did he say Dirty Lawler or Dirty Lawler? ATF media will like that, Dirty Lawler. Did they say Dirty Rhodes was going to be on the show?
With. Here's Lawler. Oh, look out. The
there we
driver.
go. Okay, so it's like, you know, I'm not gonna even dignify this guy now that he's pissed me off. I'm not even gonna beat him. I'm just with my finisher. I'm just gonna do whatever. But then the crowd, like, they're happy, but you know they want to see the pile driver. But this guy doesn't really deserve it, so he gets a little heat. Okay, that makes sense.
And referee figures it's justified since Robertson
and Goulet busts him open.
Jumped him from behind.
Match was officially over anyway, so.
Keith Robertson slammed.
See, I'm just content brained, and so like I need to just stop thinking that way and just let the Memphis storytelling like wash over me like ocean waves, because it's just simple. It's the guy was embarrassed because he lost fast, so he tried to get his heat back, and that was a mistake, and so Jerry Lawler taught him a lesson, and that's it. Like, not everything has to be part of an intricate, you know, narrative tapestry.
By the King, so the official winner is Jerry Lawler.
Hey, Doug.
Back in the ring here in just a minute for more of that big old championship wrestling action, and we'll be listening to it. Hey, look at this Wednesday night card for Evansville Coliseum. I got to tell you, what a night it's going to be. A full card that's going to include a Mid-America title match, an International Tag Championship, and an AWA Southern Tag title match. In that one, the team challenging Jerry the King Lawler and Paul Diamond, going after the belts currently held by Fire and Flame.
Let me tell you something, Lance Russell. When Eddie Marla came out on this...
Okay, so on this show, we've got Fire and Flame versus Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka, but we know that on the big arena show the next night, I guess, or whatever, or whenever they go to Evansville, is going to be... the tag team titles are on the line against Jerry Lawler and former drug addict Paul Diamond. So that would lead me to think they're probably not going to lose them today then, right? You think Dirty Rhodes is the talker of the Fire and Flame tag team?
TV in front of all these people and put these stipulations on these belts. Right at that time, we said, Eddie Martin, you bring that King Jerry Lawler out here, brother, and you put him as a mystery team. We don't care, because when we beat him, brother, nobody else will be so readily available to get in that ring with us. But right there in Evansville last week, brother, Paul Paul Diamond from Canada, you stuck your nose in, Jack, where it did not belong. Now, Paul Diamond, if you'll search your memory and you'll go back in time, you'll remember another Canadian is here, brother, and he gave...
Was Dirty Rhodes that big? That's what kind of is throwing me off. I don't picture him as being that big.
You a good lesson, but he didn't see the light in time, Jack. He got on us, and we put it on him, and now he's gone. Now, Paul Diamond, brother, you got some heavy laying down to do right there in Evansville, because we're going to take you out for interfering in our business when we had the king captured, baby, and could do what we wanted to with him. You had to stick that big nose in there, Jack, and right there Wednesday night, we're going to light up your life, brother, I guarantee it. Now, you tell me something, Lance Russell. I have begged for Jerry Lawler. I have told Eddie Martin, put his name on the line on this TV where me and my partner can beat him right there where everybody can see it, and nobody will want to take on the fire, the flame, and the torch, because, brother, when we beat that king, that's the best, and the people know it's the best, and that way everybody will be on the run.
Wednesday night, you're going to get your chance to see what you can do. I've seen a lot of guys try, and it'll be interesting to see just what Fire and Flame can do in that defense against Lawler and Diamond Wednesday.
They look like they would be like the goons that like ran street ops for like a Batman villain.
I've made the
That is Dirty Rhodes. Wow, I see. I don't picture him as being that big.
Comments before, just in passing, and I've had a lot of people say, "What are you talking about, the Monster Factory?"
But it makes sense because when we looked him up, he had like just a myriad of like masked identities.
And maybe a lot of people don't know that Larry Sharp, that's what he calls his training camp for these giants like Bam Bam Bigelow that he goes around and finds. He has one that is no stranger to us. It's a stranger since he's been to the Monster Factory and has been training up there. Man Mountain Link. Oh, yeah, we remember him. He's been up with Larry Sharp at the Monster Factory. Let's refresh your memory in case you don't...
Can he depend on Paul Diamond? I don't know. I mean, between his checkered past and his trauma-soaked present, I'm not sure.
Remember who Man Mountain Link is. He's on the scene with Larry Sharp. Here's some shots of Man Mountain.
Oh.
Link back in the corner after the king.
Big and bad.
We're 8 minutes into the action. It's a long...
Did this guy have any... I can't get a good look at his face, but like, does this guy, anybody know if he had like a different gimmick or anything?
1 hour time limit match. All the aspects of a circus geek. Came in eating raw chicken. And Lawler, as I said earlier, can never take any of them lightly. I think Jerry, combination of factors, emotionally drained, possibly from the bout with... Yeah, Man Mountain Link. We were just sitting here talking about this guy, and we didn't see, but I gotta remind people, well, I don't have to, but I'm going to anyhow. This is the chicken eater. Boy,
I remember about Man Mountain
Link. I think
Link.
everybody that remembers Man Mountain Link, this guy eat raw chickens. I couldn't believe it. Okay, let's get off of Man Mountain Link and get in the ring to another real killer. We got another match coming up right now. It's time for it. If we can get a hold of the bell rope here to get going. Boss Winner's coming out, and I don't envy his task of getting in there to go against the Killer.
Versus Eddie Winters. Who's Eddie Winters?
Kenny D and the Killer. There he is.
What's up, James? What's happening, Lance? What's up, baby?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Look, about a year ago, the Killer had an injury.
Why did they make him a baby face?
And I haven't unleashed him yet. But you fixing to see, I'm fixing to unleash him. Take notes. Give me a little, give me a lot. Wrestling's our game, and you know we hot, baby. Get ready.
You're hot, Kenny, no question about that.
Whoa.
Boy, he starts off by throwing the chair in. The Killer gets in, and Boss Winter did what was smart, and that was get out. Ooh. What do you think, Boss Winters, huh? Kenny D banging the Killer on.
Okay, but this is what I don't understand. This doesn't... He's a baby face, right? He's high-fiving the fans. The guy's, like, hyping up the fans. This doesn't... I don't know. It doesn't connect with me as, like, a good guy gimmick. I would buy this, like, if he came out and let that jobber just, like, hit him a bunch of times and no-sell it and then just crush him. And then have him get on the mic and be like, hey, you know, my man, you know, didn't take any damage in that fight, and that's not fair to you fans, and then just beat the shit out of him with the chair and then no-sell that if you're going to go down that route. But, like, hitting a baby face, then he no-sells a chair shot? How does that work?
On the head. Now, he's showing the crowd. He is ready. What a strong one this is. Introduction.
All right.
Get it.
Here we go. Let's get it underway here. The Killer out of Louisiana, 275 pounds. Kenny D.
That's all I got to do.
That's Kenny D right there, his manager. Going against Boss Winter. Boss Winter weighs in at about 228. Whoa. I tell you what, after witnessing that little exhibition there.
This looks like a guy from Bum Fights or something. That looked like that looked like a real fall.
Had I been Boss Winters, I think I would probably be about halfway to Dallas about now, or Oklahoma City or someplace. I would be moving west.
There. Killer, big power slam. He's got Winters down. I believe he could have pinned him right there, but he's not through with him. Whips him across the ring. Spears him coming off the rope.
This guy seems like he has no idea where he's at or what's going on around him.
And I believe that's all she wrote.
Well, it was 41 seconds, and it...
Here's the other thing. If you're going to do that, okay, but, like, why the mask? A baby face under a mask is hard enough, but, like, a baby face under a mask that wrestles a monster gimmick and no-sells everything and gets hit in the head with a chair by his manager, it just seems weird to me. Like, I don't care for this at all. Like, I don't like the Killer as a character. I like his manager, but again, not as a baby face.
It was all the Killer. Look at Kenny D.
The chair lasted longer than Boss Winters did in there, didn't it? But it had the same result as it went down to a pin and came apart on the floor. Boss Winters trying to get back up and stagger his way back up, but the Killer with all the big muscle.
Yeah, and if he's a heel and he's like he's winning, but then this guy keeps doing this shit to him after the match, then that at least lets you build up to like, oh, he's eventually going to turn on him, and then he can take the mask off and be like, you know, that guy was holding me back. He didn't want me to talk to the fans, whatever. But this is just a really weird approach.
Muscles and his manager, Kenny D. Oh, look at here. This is what happened. Boom. He speared him down. That was just the payoff. 1, 2, 3. Grab your glasses and take off. And that is the way that went. The Killer with a win over Boss Winter.
I think I saw Uncle Elmer and Cousin Junior in the crowd.
We're ready now for our next match. This one's going to be a tag match with the Hillbillies, the Giant Hillbilly and...
If this isn't, like, the epitome of pro wrestling, the Hillbillies versus the Red Demons.
Cousin Junior. There they come. You know, we've talked about how big the Giant Hillbilly is, but that Cousin Junior is no flyweight himself.
Oh, he isn't small, you're right, but anyone is small compared to the Giant Hillbilly at 420 pounds. But Junior will weigh in at right around 250, maybe a little over, maybe around 260. My first meal with the Basket Kids. This one's going to be a one fall, 10-minute time limit match. For parts unknown at 456 pounds, the Red Demons, and going against them at a total of 667 pounds. It's the Giant Hillbilly and Cousin Junior. This one fall, 10-minute time limit. Jerry Calhoun, the referee, says ring the bell, and we're underway. Cousin Junior out of Pigeon Forge, Kentucky, starting out here.
Forge. And did you notice the way he put the horseshoe in with the ends of it up so the luck wouldn't run out of it?
Hey, that's
I
right.
asked you about that one night, and he hangs it in the bag over there on the ring post. Oh. Red Demon number 1 meeting Pigeon Forge, Kentucky's Cousin Junior. And he has been...
I mean, this guy, by any metric, is the shits except on one metric, and that's how believable are you as a hillbilly, and he's off the charts on that one thing. And this is like a Moneyball scenario where it doesn't matter. Nothing else matters as long as he's really good at that one thing, and that's like lines up perfectly with his skill set.
Worked over already. We were talking about size comparisons. The Red Demons not in the same league with even one of them.
No, that is a matter of fact. That's true. The total weight of the Red Demons is just slightly more than the Hillbilly weighs by himself. Oh, that's a mule kick he's got there. He makes the tag on the Giant Hillbilly out of Horn Lake, Mississippi.
Oh, no.
You go straight into the Giant Hillbilly.
Oh,
Look at that. You won't see that in Olympic wrestling either.
That's true.
But boy, is it effective. Mashing the life right out of the Demon number 2 across the ring, and here he comes.
Oh, my gosh.
Giant Hillbilly tags Cousin Junior. Look at this.
Oh, my God.
Junior off the ropes. Sits right down on 1, 2, 3.
Wow.
Couple of quick matches.
I mean, for a hillbilly match, not bad, actually. I think they got the absolute best match we've seen out of Uncle Smelmer to this point, for sure.
Minute 43 seconds of time, and it's celebration time. Cousin Junior over the Red Demon. We'll take time out. Be back in just a moment. And then we got plenty of action around the territory. Friday, October the 3rd, Clarksville, Tennessee at the Northwest High School, sponsored by the Hilldale Civitan Club and the Northwest High School. Tickets are on sale at Commerce Union Bank in Clarksville and also at Lowe's Hardware Center. That's Clarksville, Tennessee, Friday, October the 3rd at Northwest High School. Also on Thursday, October the 16th, Caruthersville, Indiana. More about that as we get a little closer to it. Let me give you the...
I'll be right back. I got to trade strains and get a new drink.
The entire card Wednesday night in the Evansville Coliseum. Cousin Junior will be facing Torch in a single match. The Giant Hillbilly going against Man Mountain Link. A Mid-America title defense, Jet Star challenging Tracy Smothers. Then with no referee in the ring and the international belts on the line, Sato and Goto going against Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka. And the final match, an AWA Southern Tag Team Title Championship defense, Fire and Flame against Jerry Lawler and Paul Diamond. All of that Wednesday night.
Got a special look coming up right here at the team of Tracy Smothers and Paul Diamond, and it begins with some action that occurred right here on Championship Wrestling.
Why don't you call me doctor? Come on now. Hey, will you guys knock this stuff off? Hey, come on now, quit that stuff. You guys, you're taking all the guys. All right, JD, I'm telling you. Tracy Smothers is getting what he deserves. Beat him up.
You know, when I was in the other room, I heard some music start up, and in my weed-filled brain, I thought it was a Beach Twins song, and then I was like, oh man, first JD Costello's back, now the Beach Twins are back, and then of course it was not. It was former drug addict Paul Diamond. Great. Speaking of people that have been gone for a while, Rough and Ready's back.
Tracy and Paul Diamond in that musical video. We're going to see them live in action right here today. And they'll be in a tag match going against Rough and Ready.
Oh, shit.
Paul Diamond, Tracy Smothers, Mid-America heavyweight champion.
Oh, my God. Just look at these people.
Well, here's physically another mismatch because Smothers and Diamond, what a couple of great physical.
Man, they were like absolutely. Did you see some of those people were like shaking over former drug addict Paul Diamond?
They are, Dave.
Former drug addict Paul Diamond is the kind of guy that Savvy Guy hates. I bet he's like the guy that gets he's won over the women in the crowd. He has the easy path in life. He gets to be celebrated, not tolerated.
They are indeed. They're going against the team of Rough and Ready. Rough and Ready out of parts unknown. Boss Winner is back out here, but this time he's in the corner, Rough and Ready, instead of in the ring. Total weight of Rough and Ready, 424. Tracy Smothers and Paul Diamond weigh in at 452. Paul Diamond, I think you know, is out of Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada. Tracy out of Springfield, Tennessee. And we are set to go with this one fall, 10-minute time limit match. It's Tracy Smothers starting against Rough and Ready.
Oh, shit.
Nice go behind, snatched him up and took him down.
Rough under the ropes, out of the ring. Tracy Smothers waiting for him up there. As you pointed out, the actual weight difference here is about 25 pounds, but it looks like more.
Dave Brown is absolutely obsessed with trying to guess the weight differences, and I thought that they like announced their weights or they were available somehow.
Tracy and Paul in tremendous shape.
Good move by Smothers. Reaches over to the corner, tags Paul Diamond. Buries the left and Diamond with an e-lift. Oh boy.
About a double take.
Diamond cranks up the arm on Rough as he reaches back.
Oh, man. Do you think that was a slight from Lance Russell toward former drug addict Paul Diamond, that he was cranking up the arm?
To tag Tracy Smothers, that's another advantage of that height. You can reach a lot farther if the necessity is to tag the arm. And
You think Rough and Ready would have this?
Exactly right. And both Tracy and Paul have that height.
I think you and I have a better chance of being the victorious team at the end of this match than Rough and Ready, unless they get fucked at the end.
So they get it works both ways for them.
This is I think it's, let's see, cookies and cream and London pound mints, but it's diamond infused flour.
a little arm bar on Rough, and there's a tag on Paul Diamond. In and off the rope. Down, dropping on that arm. Paul Diamond back over in charge for the team of Diamond and Smothers. Referee Jerry Calhoun watching with very little to do at this particular juncture in the match. Diamond up on top. Monkey flips Rough out. Tracy already taken the tag.
What an absolute fool. What possible sense did that make by former drug addict Paul Diamond? Hey, listen, I'm going to tag my partner in, and right before he comes in, I'm going to monkey flip my opponent over to the other side of the ring. Like, if you're going to do a move like that, okay, but like have it be like where you monkey flip him and then Tracy comes over the top and like, you know, leg drops him or something. Like, why would you just make Tracy run to the other side of the ring like that?
Tag. Comes over the top rope and into the ring. Big drop kick. Boy, I didn't think he could execute.
You think did Rough and Ready ever win a match?
It that close to him,
He
but
was
he
so
didn't
close.
get it off.
He did indeed. Looked great.
And another monkey flip exchange.
Here we go again.
As Tracy popped him out
What's
of there.
going on here?
Paul Diamond had taken the tag, waits. He's ready for Ruff to get up. He gets up and wham, catches him with a clothesline to put him down underneath the ropes. It's been all Diamond and Smothers in this match with Ruff and Ready. As a matter of fact, Ruff is the only one that's been in there at this point.
They have not made a tag. Ruff has been in there the entire distance, and that entire distance right now is 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
And it's not because Ruff wouldn't like to tag. He just hadn't been in a position to tag. Double backdrop. Over the top goes goes Ruff from Tracy Smothers and Paul Diamond.
Like, it's kind of like, I guess it's nitpicking or whatever, but I don't feel like this is booked how I want a babyface tag team to be booked. Like, they're punishing this guy. Rough and Ready didn't do anything to these people. Like, they should just want to get in, get the win, and get out, stay fresh for their big, whatever match big tag match they've got coming up or whatever. Like, it just feels weird to see the baby faces like prologuing the agony of these random jobbers, like for no real reason.
Diamond Tracy stopped Cole as Ruff goes to the eyes to get him on the rope. There's a tag on Paul Diamond. That'll put an end to that. And as he leaned over to give him the backdrop, Tracy just pulled his way in. Paul Diamond takes over. Double drop kick. Ruff is down. I believe they had a pin
this
there.
guy
They
down,
wanted it.
like, just pin him.
They are very new together, and they may be looking for as much time.
If I was in the back, I'd come out. I'd have to. I'd have to come out to the ring to try to help Rough and Ready.
I'm working in the ring together as they can because they have just joined forces. There's another tag from Diamond to Smothers, back to Diamond. Tracy holds him up. Paul comes off with a great drop kick, and there he's down, 2.
Well, now he comes in.
Unbelievable.
What a
Diamond
beating.
came off of those ropes with that drop kick. He was way up in the air. Put him down. They got the count of 3 in 3 minutes, 30 seconds. The
These
time
are
of it.
big boys and very agile, and they got an easy win over Rough and Ready. Timeout. Be back in a moment.
You blame racism?
Coming up with tag team action here.
Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna be happy. The simulation came through for me. I didn't get the Beach Twins, but we do have one half of the Beach Twins, Van Horn, in the match.
Paul, 10-minute time limit in the ring right now. We are set to go. That's William the Bear.
I know. Didn't we see that guy one other time and we were trying to figure out who he was? Has he ever been part of a promo or anything? I don't feel like they've ever said who he is.
Thompson stepping out through the ropes. His partner, Van Horn.
Maybe it's a fan that's paying like $100 to manage at ringside. But they're like, we're not going to let this kid talk.
Horn will be starting this match. And the Japanese team, holders of the international belts, Akio Sato, and in the ring right now, Tarzan Goto.
Beach
Their manager,
Twins.
Tojo Yamamoto, with a kendo stick wandering at ringside. You can see him there in the background. He walks around the ring. He is over in an area where he has absolutely no business being. He's supposed to be all the way around here on the other side of the ring, seated in a chair. Meanwhile, the Japanese team makes a tag. Akio Sato with a body slam on Van Horn. That was a right fist. He planted.
Dude, for real though, have they not been the most consistently, like, in ring anyway, entertaining people? Like, all their matches are fantastic. Their promos are not particularly their promos, but Tojo Yamamoto's promo, their skits are great. Their feuds have had a lot of heat. I feel like they've been kind of some of the MVPs of 1986.
It right on the side of his jaw. reverse neckbreaker by Akio Sato. Van Horn.
I bet you could do that. I don't, maybe not in Memphis, but I'm sure in many places and probably still can today. Like if you're willing to pay, you could just buy yourself onto the card as a manager. Hopefully not as a wrestler.
Horn on the mat. There's a cover. Counts at 1, 2. Van Horn able to kick out of it at the 2 count. I thought he might have had him there for the 3 count with that reverse neck breaker. He got a good one on it.
Kind of interesting that Akio Sato is starting this bout. Normally, Goto is the one that starts the action off, but Sato turns it over now to Goto, and Van Horn is still in there.
Van Horn looked like he was starting for the corner. He's got the Bear, William Thompson, over in his corner. Thompson, a big guy out of Arkansas, 270 pounds. There's a tag made, and here comes the Bear. Van Horn, not too small himself. Got some good weight on him. Not nearly as big as Thompson. Tarzan Goto put him down to the mat, picks him up now. Oh, he's got him up in the air and slams him. Boy, he picked him straight up off the mat.
Powerful guy, as Tarzan Goto is, with a hard head, too, like a battering ram. They use that to good advantage in the match. Ooh, Sato kicked him right in the face. Picks him up,
no.
chops him. And
listen, Pat Patterson, I'm going to say his name here. One of the men, no, listen, pal, that's one of the men who stepped away, who resigned. He doesn't work there anymore.
The Big Bear having a hard way to go with the Japanese champion.
Listen, pal, you just didn't have what it took. You were awful. You were terrible. So I fired you.
Did I see Yamamoto nail him?
That Vince was so on fire on that Donahue episode.
So quick, I just thought I had...
Yamamoto smacked him in the back with that kendo stick while he was on the ropes back there. Good. Tojo's doing now. You may be able to see him, and you can hear it from time to time. He smacks the middle rope with that kendo stick. So that way, when he hits a wrestler, the referee thinks, well, he's just hitting the ropes over there again.
The Bear just kicked out of it with Goto. Goto had a 2 count on him. That's a good point, Dave. That's some more of the tactics that the referee has to contend with. William the Bear Thompson back on his feet. Goto whips him across the ring. And a knee planted on Goto. A tag on Van Horn. Van Horn goes with a drop kick on Goto. Uh-oh. Came in too quick. Goto wheeled that leg up and nailed him straight on. There's the tag on Sato.
Thanks, He-Man. I like the promos are my favorite part of wrestling. So I like to cut promos constantly, like on people in real life. So I like to practice all the different voices. The one that I could never get though was Lanny Paffo's. It's so distinct, and I could never get it right. That's always haunted me.
Watch out for Sato. Boy, at this stage of the match, he's one of the most dangerous men you'll find in a wrestling ring.
Yes, sir. He does know how to put him away. Big slam. Goto comes in without benefit of the tag. He grabs hold of Van Horn as Tojo distracts the referee. Sato in the...
You know what I always think is funny is whenever people are like, they don't like it when like a tag team that's really good, like this team, Goto and Sato, are booked strong. They're great in the ring. And they're like, well, I don't understand why they have to do all the cheating and shit because they don't have to win the match. It's like, yeah, that's why they're a heel. Like some heels are like desperate heels that will push their boundaries when they have to. But then there are some heels that are just heels because they want to be. Like Tojo's not hitting these jobbers with the kendo stick because he has to. He's doing it because he wants to.
Ooh, good. Night. Goto, Holden, and Sato came right off the rope.
I didn't collect the magazines so much, but I did read them. But unfortunately, I never kept them or anything.
Drop down on him. That's going to be it. 1, 2, 3.
Well, Van Horn and Bear Thompson gave him quite a battle there for a minute or
see, he snuck it through and just popped him on the face with it for no reason.
so. But then the Japanese team took over and methodically won the match. 3 minutes, 25 seconds.
3:25, the winners, the international champs in a non-title bout. Tojo Yamamoto puts a parting shot on the leg of Van Horn. We'll take time out. Be back in a moment.
There's just something about Lanny Poffo's voice. Brian Last can do it really well. It's just a really distinct thing, and I can't even get in the neighborhood of it. Like, I can't even get something to where someone would go, yeah, maybe that's a little bit. Like, it's a really difficult voice.
Wednesday night, Evansville Coliseum, son of a gun, a full card with 3 title matches, and I'm going to tell you, you're going to enjoy every single one of all of the bouts coming up.
He was honestly a pretty interesting jobber to see live, like when I was a kid, because he would read a poem, and then he would throw a frisbee out. But that's the one they always showed, like, on TV. But, like, on his way to the ring, he would throw out, like, some just smaller frisbees that didn't have the poem on it, And that was kind of neat. And I always liked any time I could, like, get a free souvenir or something. So, and plus he always got to cut a promo. He got to like say his poem. And on the shows I saw him at were like rinky-dink, regional house shows. So like sea level. So like they were being main evented by Hercules Hernandez against Billy Jack Haynes was like the main event of a lot of shows that I saw. So like it was interesting to see a jobber get like a little bit of like extra flair. I guess that's what you get for being Macho Man's brother.
Big one, AWA Southern Tag Championship belts on the line. It's when Jerry the King Lawler and Paul Diamond will be going.
Van Horn is one of my heroes.
In a challenge against the team of Fire and Flame. This is a big move, Paul.
If you ever hang out with wrestlers, that's what they do a lot of the time, is just do impersonations of other wrestlers or talk about how everything is a work. That like life is a work.
Sure, as I understand, Fire and Flame a little upset about me interfering in their match.
They didn't like it one bit.
Well, let me tell you.
Like, I saw Billy Jack Haynes versus Hercules in like a DQ fuck finish. I saw Hercules Hernandez against Billy Jack Haynes in a cage match that ended up with like some kind of cage malfunction or something, and they had to call it a draw. Then I saw them in a I don't think it was like a Falls Count Anywhere match, but it was some kind of special thing that ended up in another another DQ or something. And then finally, eventually, it was him against Hercules in the chain match. And I think that was just part of that was like, I was just getting the rehearsal matches because all those I think eventually happened on either bigger TV shows or on pay-per-views.
Anytime I see 4-on-1, yes, this young Canadian punk, as you called me, is going to make it his business to stick his nose in there and do the best he can to defend anybody that's in there. So Wednesday night, brother, in Evansville,
Was Superfly Snuka ever in the South? I don't know. I mean, I would think so. Even if not like on an extended run, I would think he probably came through like as an attraction or something.
will be there, and I will do everything in my power to make those belts belong to the King and I.
Okay, I'll tell you one thing. They're talking about, we've been waiting to get a hold of the King. Now they got him.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Fire and Flame. You know, it's real easy to stand out here on an interview and run those mouths of yours and tell everybody.
What happened was he had his razor blade, taped to the tip of his finger, and he was cutting lines, and then he forgot about it. And when he went down to do the line, it was like he gave himself a little cut.
Everybody, how bad you want a little piece of the King? That's real easy, brother. But we're going to see how easy it comes Wednesday night when you have to stand in that ring and face me face to face.
One of my favorite promos, probably most of them would be Hogan. I mean, I think my favorite promo of all time is the one where he's talking about, I think it was at WrestleMania 4 maybe, where he talks about how he's going to body slam Andre the Giant, and when he does, like, the fault line's going to split, and the Trump Casino is going to be buried underwater, and Donald Trump's going to be clinging to his family and drowning, and he's like, but thank God, the largest back, he's going to put Donald Trump and his family on the largest back in the world, and then he's going to like swim them to safety, and then he says thank God Donald Trump is a Hulkamaniac. And then at the end of the promo, instead of just leaving, he backstrokes out of the video. I mean, that's maybe my favorite promo, but the best promo is probably either the Buddy Landell one in Smoky Mountain that's like really serious, or Hard Times probably. Or the one where he talks about he's going to meet Ole, he's going to reserve a place in the stratosphere for just he and Ole Anderson, and the Four Horsemen are going to have to ride in another dimension.
Eyeball to eyeball, and not come from the back and jump on me from behind like you did last week, brother. We'll see how easy it comes then.
Terry Funk talking to the asshole of a horse in his feud with Eddie Gilbert, where he acts like he's interviewing Eddie Gilbert, but it's just a literal horse's asshole. And Terry Funk says that his breath really, he's like, he says, you look different, but your breath smells the same.
Now you can stand out here and you can run your mouth and you can call Paul Diamond a young punk. But I'll tell you one thing, just like he said, there's a young punk right there that can handle not the two of you, but all three of you. And bring that torch down to ringside. You sit him down there, brother, because I'll tell you what, and I'm telling you this right now, Paul, if they want to sit that jerk at ringside, we'll get Jeff Jarrett, we'll get...
You know another promo that I really like, but it's only like 10 seconds long, is when Bad News draws his number for the Royal Rumble, and he's angrily tearing the little ball apart, and he looks at the number and he's like, looks like it's good news for bad news for a change, and then just leaves. That's a pretty good promo.
Pat Tanaka, we'll get everybody on the card if we have to. We'll have 1 or 10 in our corner, because we're not going to stand there, and we're not going to let the three of you switch in and out like...
I don't know if announcing to the crowd that you have the tender heart of a mom is a good idea if you're trying to get over in the wrestling world.
You do every week, and cost us the titles, brother. We got your names on the dotted line. We got a shot at the Southern Tag Team belts.
Yes, Poplar, that's such an amazing promo. I love that one.
We got one shot to do it.
This might seem weird, but there used to be a video on YouTube, but I think it got taken down. But it was like, it was nothing but really like almost dreamlike promos, like the ones we're talking about, Hard Times and the Stratosphere, one of all these, like, it was mainly from like the Carolinas and Mid-Atlantic, but it was just like hours of these promos strung together, and I used to just get high and like just completely zone out, and like it was I have a really soft spot for those kind of like weird, they seem like they're too big of a story for pro wrestling. Like it's that grand like spectacle, but it's also so simple because it's just like rednecks arguing with each other.
We got to prove it to the people, and we're going to make the best of it. So you shine those belts up, and you back up all the talk you can, and you be there in Evansville Wednesday.
Like, Dusty's just such a good storyteller that whenever he's like, you know, they're going to have to ride on another planet, like, I could actually, like, visualize, like, the remaining horsemen, like, brawling on some harsh alien planet, and then he's like, and I reserve the stratosphere for you and I. And it's like, Dusty Rhodes is this goofy-looking guy, and then Ole Anderson is this, like, cranky old man, but the way Dusty tells the story, it makes them seem like it's these, like, pantheon gods clashing with each other. Hogan heel turn, great, amazing promo there too. That one was really good. I was trying to think of ones from WCW that I really liked. Flair had a ton of them, but it was like his were just good, just like week after week, especially during the studio show years, like that it's hard to even pick one out. They're all good. Made you want to get up and go to this wrestling show? I mean, you got to check your pulse, I think. I would be ready for bloodshed if I were a fan in Memphis after that brawl. The Road Warriors did, and Hawk was like, he's like, there's only one part of our body that's not hard, and well, it's hard some of the time. And like the crowd was just like, you could hear the women in the crowd were like, you could almost hear them purring. Like their reaction was so strong. I mean, I'm open to San Francisco if I could find like a decent, consistent, like set of shows. Oh my Lord, look at this. Oh, I know a Ric Flair one that I really like is whenever they're doing the hair versus hair match, and he's just livid, and I think he's torn his clothes off and elbow dropped his jacket. He's just he's so hot, his face is red. He's in like that I'm gonna have a heart attack mode, and he's like, you know what? If you win the match, you can shave my head, and woo, you can shave my ass.
I'll tell all them people at Jonesboro tonight there is going to be some booty kicking, brother, and it's going to be the fire, the flame, and the torch doing it.
AWA Southern Tag Championship bout.
Tell you what, Jeff Jarrett, Pat
Oh, look at the new outfits from Fire and Flame.
Tanaka coming in here trying to take the belts away from the big team of Fire and Flame. At a total of 401 pounds out of Nashville, Tennessee, Jeff Jarrett, Pat Tanaka, his partner, is out of Hawaii. They are challenging for the belts held by a team from...
I was watching some old Jerry Lawler versus Terry Funk promos and matches, and it was just like, man, I don't think wrestling could get much better than Jerry Lawler versus Terry Funk.
Parts unknown. It weighs in at 603 pounds. That's Fire and Flame. And they also have in their corner today Torch. Torch is going to have to stay out of it. For one thing, he doesn't have a belt. So he's going to have to stay out of there. And for another thing, of course, he has no business interfering in the match anyway.
Yeah, but watch that son of a gun. He looks so much in that outfit. He looks so much...
Keep an eye on Torch.
Like Fire and Flame. We'll have to keep an eye on him. Jeff Jarrett starts it off. Fire is the opener. Beautiful drop. Whoa, boy, he is right through the rope. What a surprise. I don't think that big guy thought there was any way in the world that Jarrett was going to be able to get him outside that ring. Man, he drop-kicked him so solid.
They just made a change without a tag, didn't they?
Yeah.
That's Flame in there right now. I think Jeff is trying to explain to the referee that he knocked Fire out of the ring, and then Flame is the one that came walking back in. The crowd is explaining, and Flame is saying, hey, y'all be quiet over here. Don't tell him. Flame stays in there.
Nice reversal.
Just because I have it loaded up from Boit Watch recording earlier, I'll put in a random endorsement for Aphrodite Rose Starfire, just right in the middle of a Jeff Jarrett match to help transform the content.
Body slam on Big Flame. Tanaka singing him with a right hand.
Yeah, I remember the Moondogs. That's another team that, like, when I was watching them as a kid in WWF, I thought they were so boring on, like, the few times that I saw them. Or they'd pop up a lot on those compilation VHS tapes. And I just always thought they were kind of boring. But I feel like if I saw them in this atmosphere, like, I would have a completely different opinion of them.
Yeah, there's Torch.
There he goes. That's Torch. He just stepped in there.
No, that's fire.
No, you're right. You're right. It is fire. Confusing. Can you imagine a referee?
Yes.
We're not confused down here.
Absolutely. Even when you sit there and study him the way Dave and I are doing, it is so hard to tell them apart. Fire back in there with Jeff Jarrett.
Jeff kicked him back nicely. Look at Jeff go.
He was ready to hook him again, and Fire said, time, hold it. Now a little switcheroo. There's Torch. When he came outside the ring, I started watching Torch to be sure that we got it right, and that's true. That's who that is in there right now.
Yep.
I'm working with Grace to get some access to some of the privated content about King so that I can do a King TL Boyd Watch episode, special spotlight edition.
What we're looking at here is a tag team match that's got 3 against 2.
Right.
They have 3 men that they can send in there, Fire, Flame, and
No,
Torch.
they
That's
can't.
exactly right. You're calling it. It's a handicap match.
This guy is just, Dave Brown is straight up lying. They cannot just put the other person in the ring. If that other person tags in, that's it. The referee will, that's a disqualification. He's lying to the audience. Oh, thanks, Shaw Banks. Dave Brown is out of control.
That's just what it is.
Isn't it about time for Dave to take another week off? The only stuff I know about Brickhouse Brown is from his shoot interviews way back in the day. He was one of the original like heavy hitters in the shoot interviews that was really like talking about the actual stuff that went on. But I don't know much about him as a wrestler.
Jeff Jarrett not backing up from him, I tell you. Nice drop kick by Jeff Jarrett.
Boy, he's got a dandy. Man, he's got so much power in his legs. One of the things that...
Okay, so I feel like Jeff Jarrett, we've seen him now for a couple months. He's starting to get... I feel like he went from level 1 to level 2. So now he doesn't have to wear the default bikini tights anymore, and he's got the long pants, which I think suit him much better. That's what he wore for the majority of his career till he got to the pleather shorts.
It made him a super basketball player, and he still is, as a matter of fact.
All right, Fire is back in there now. Torch has retaken the seat over in the...
Do you think Brickhouse Brown clapped Linda McMahon or no?
corner.
No. Referee said, are you the one in it? Were you the
Do you think Vince McMahon had a dildo named after Brickhouse Brown?
one in there? Oh. Jeff got out of the way, and Fire zipped right in with that knee and hit Flame.
Yeah, Torch denying emphatically that he was in the ring there. That is Fire in there right now.
Jeff was talking about him going into the tights, thought he had something in his hand, but referee didn't see anything.
You don't think Linda could handle Brickhouse Brown? If I remember right, he had a lot of rat stories.
Pat Tanaka has not been in as yet. And if this match, yeah, we'll just have to keep the tape going and show you this because our time is running out on our championship wrestling. But I can promise you, we will tape the conclusion of this one.
What do you mean we're at 35 minutes into a 50-minute show? What the hell is he talking about? We got to keep the tape running.
Fire out of the ring, and here's Torch. That is Torch back in there.
Yeah, so we laid down some Brickhouse Browns together. Where's John Laurinaitis?
Flame is seated right there, over on the left of your screen in that chair. He's the legal man in the ring. But how can you tell? I mean, it's difficult. I'm sure that even watching at home, it's difficult for you to tell them apart. And again, remember the referee is that's Akio Sato jumping in the ring. Here comes Goto.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that's a shame, because not only is the match over now, or not only is the fall over.
Good. The only people who benefit from this type of an escalating situation with these boards and these kendo sticks are lumber retailers.
He ends on disqualification. Kojo with a kendo stick beating up on Jeff Jarrett, while Sato and Goto, those big boards, they just broke that one over Jeff Jarrett's head. There's another one they broke over Pat Tanaka's head. They got pounding on Jeff Jarrett over here.
Stop.
It is 6 against 2. Here come the Hillbillies. Cousin Jr. and the Giant Hillbilly.
Boy, that'll even sides up in a hurry, as with those boards.
I could not believe it. Could not believe it whenever I saw him with that mustache. I was like, what the literal fuck? That was like a simulation split off moment, and we ended up on the mustache Vince timeline.
Sato and Goto were pounding on Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka. Fire, flame, Sato, Goto.
I want him in the back, man.
Jeff, you know, we're out of time right now. We're gonna have to take our time out. What would
Jojo, I can take anything you bring on, brother. I can take anything you just have. Come on right now.
Come on, slap nuts. Don't piss me off.
You think we're cowards? I ain't running from you. I'm right here. I'm not running from you. Jojo, let me tell you something. You might have won this battle, but the war's far from over.
Oh, hell yeah.
I can't blame them for being excited and hot about it.
Hey, police officer, how about you step up when you see somebody committing assault with a deadly weapon?
But Yamamoto has no intentions of coming back out. Our intentions are we're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, and I need your help. See, I bought this furniture store, and my warehouse is way overstocked with first-quality, name-brand furniture that I got to sell immediately to raise cash fast. So you help me, and I'll help you to the furniture buy of a lifetime.
I'm getting progressively higher over the course of the stream, and so every time I see Uncle Elmer in this, it's a little bit more surreal to me. Like, I feel like the chair keeps getting smaller and Uncle Elmer keeps getting bigger.
Like these big man recliners from just $97. All wood dinettes, only $129. This 5-piece living room group is only $4.99. So come on down, help me whip up on high prices with the best deals in town and free financing for a year. That's Lawler's Discount Furniture, 1500 North Garvin here in Evansville. Hurry and save.
Okay.
They ain't got no business out here.
Well, they are out there. It was an expiration of time match. I grant you that's the way. Uh-oh, Tanaka. Across the way with a board.
How is it an expiration of time match? I don't understand. If we got 10 minutes left in the show.
Everybody's getting armed now. I hope we can get this thing cool.
Everybody's getting hard now. Hell yeah.
Down. Southern Tag.
Everybody gooning down here at the Ethel B. Plimpton Children's Hospital or wherever they're broadcasting from. Channel 5 News.
Titles were at stake in an expiration of time match with Jeff and Pat. And
oh boy.
Against Fire and Flame, the champions. And of course, I think you saw probably at the beginning, at the end of the last match, Sato and Goto came out with those boards and started breaking them over the heads of everybody. Sato and Goto are leaving. Cousin Jr. and the Giant Hillbilly, who have certainly no love for Fire and Flame, are still out here with Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka. I don't think we're going to see a lot of action officially until we get to, Sato and Goto come back out.
Shit, man.
Now,
how the promotion is pretty much like tag team driven at this point, but they've done a really good job of pretty much mixing in almost all the tag teams into the storyline somehow.
we were going to try to have and get into a second fall for this Southern Tag Championship belt, the first one being lost on disqualification. Junior over there with fire. Flame is pushing him into Junior, and he says, hey, quit that. And up here, Jeff Jarrett waiting on Sato and Goto. Yamamoto armed with a kendo stick. That's Tanaka going after Goto you're looking at.
Giant Hillbilly and Cousin Junior running Fire and Flame and Torch. I think
what we have is prelude to pandemonium here. We don't have a second ball. We don't have anything but about 8 guys.
Do you remember the time? I don't know. I don't remember if you bought it, if you paid her, or if she just let you do it. But you did like just hours of a show that was just you on Thorpe TV. That's where I'm gonna pull the. That's where I'm gonna pull the Boyd Watch content from.
Would like to get in there and grind each other's head off.
Now the Japanese team that looked like they were starting for the dressing room, but now here they come back. Sato talking a mile a minute. Now maybe they have left the area now. It seems that the Japanese team is gone.
But Giant Hillbilly and Cousin Junior are still down here running.
Hey, King, in that Rich gave me access to like just a massive archive of privated videos of him and Jedi Joy. And there's so many in there of like that are just Joy doing vlogs where all she does is dance around and like get high.
In their mouth that fire and flame, so that as long as you have that unbalanced situation, there is no way that we're going to be able to get another fall underway. Okay, now we got it down.
Ball number 2.
I'm being a little optimistic when I say that it's down to even numbers now, because it isn't with Torch out here. Fire and Flame have a one-man advantage over Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka.
Tanaka in there now against Flame.
Oh, never mind.
Up on the ring apron is Torch.
Never mind. I always forget that for some the expiration of time matches are just run on for like they're multi-fall matches. I completely forgot. That's my fault.
Torch and Fire is down on the floor.
This is Fire down here. That's Torch
Fire.
up there.
That's Torch up on the ring apron.
Well, if you watch the Boyd Watch video of Indy Rose ASMR, the gynecological role play ASMR, she commented on her video that she liked it. She thought it was very fair, so I appreciate that.
What an advantage when you've got a guy out there who's fresher than anybody.
I'm not sure it is for the titles since it's like a multi, you know what I mean? I don't know how that works.
To be able to rotate in the air, Pat Tanaka slammed down. Torch goes down, but he's right back up with an elbow.
Who won the first fall? Like, I know somebody, it was a disqualification, right? Or was it a double disqualification?
Tanaka into the double elbow off the rope.
Fire takes over. Flame is down on the floor. Tanaka caught with 2 counts, but he kicks out.
That's Torch coming in. Pat Tanaka rolled out of the ring through the rope. Oh, look out.
Tanaka slammed down into our announce table.
Wow.
Jeff Jarrett comes down to help his partner out. Referee trying to get Flame to stay away from him. In the heat of the battle, he doesn't recognize and doesn't really probably remember that this initially was Fire and Flame.
I started off like not really getting Dirty Roads other than like, you know, kind of funny as a knockoff. But then he cut that promo where he like played the guitar and trauma dumped a bunch of stuff. And I was like, okay, this guy's kind of interesting. And then he was just gone. So I think that must have been when they transitioned him to being like under the mask or something. Because it seemed like he cut that really cool promo and then just vanished.
Defending the belt. I'm sure there'll be an official objection filed on the Fire and
Oh, we haven't seen Dutch in forever either. Shit, I forgot about that.
Flame tactics in here with the 3 guys in a championship situation. We still got plenty of time. And this was set up as an expiration of time match. And of course, that simply means that the team with the most balls at the end of the expiration of time.
I'll be honest with you. I feel like we very, very rarely get a second fall in an expiration of time match. And that's probably why my brain was like, why are they saying that when there's this much time left? Because I'm used to them saying like, okay, we'll be back for the second fall. And then it'd be like, well, we're out of time, Dave. What happened today? Like, I feel like we very, very rarely actually get multiple falls.
Will be the victor. Uh-oh, look out.
Yeah.
Sato and Goto came back in the studio wrestling area.
With boards in their hands.
With boards, correct. Oh,
Nice.
boy.
Oh, my
Tanaka
God.
flying through the air. Big knee dropped down. These guys are so big. That's Flame in there now. 300-pounders. Tanaka trying to drill his way back into contention here. They won the first fall, but by disqualification. Jeff Jarrett with a big high drop kick.
Oh, geez.
Takes the big guys over. You wonder, you know what kind of great shape Tanaka and Jarrett are in, but you wonder if constantly having to wrestle around.
You think he's emulating Lawler with those big wind-up punches? I mean, they look good. They don't look as good as Lawler's, but they're not bad.
Around guys that weigh around 300 pounds isn't just going to tire them out, Dave.
I think it has to, especially when you consider
Oh, you think they were working for Watts at this time? That makes sense.
that Fire, Flame, and Torch have that ability to put one extra fresh man in there. They get double the rest time that Pat and Jeff get.
Count of 2 on Jeff.
Oh, wow.
Boy. He just threw him up for grabs and let him drop right on his back. Count of 2, and Jarrett kicks out of it. Another suplex, stands him, and a big high one. Down he goes. Fire getting a 1-2, and that's all.
Jeff down here on the floor, and there are 2 of them after him down here. Jeff battling for his life. That's Torch and Flame working on him. There's a referee down here trying to use it up.
Go.
Oh, look out. Referee saw Goto and ran him out of here again. Meanwhile, Flame and Torch.
Referee isn't even, like, pretending to have any kind of control in this match. He's just given up.
Continue to work on Pat Tanaka. Fire has just thrown Jeff Jarrett over the top rope. Jeff is down on the floor. Pat Tanaka rolled back in the ring now. Look out, there's Jeff. And sneaking up on him is Tarzan Goto with a board. And again, the referee sees him and sends him back out of here. Not doing Pat and Jeff any good. Look out, there's Sato and Goto.
And there's Cousin Junior. Thank goodness, because they were just getting ready to attack Jeff Jarrett.
But meanwhile, Fire, Flame, and Torch have really worked over Pat Tanaka in the ring.
The truth is, Jerry Lawler had invested in a sawmill and it really wasn't working out. And so this was a way for him to kind of money launder, and kind of cover up for the failings of it by overpaying for, overcharging Jerry Jarrett for all this lumber.
Jeff in trouble here in this fall. Upper arm by Flame, and a cover. 1, 2. Yep, just a 2 count. Pat hangs in there. Got the right shoulder up off the mat at the count of 2.
He's like, hey, folks, I need your help. I just bought this sawmill, and I'm overstocked on lumber.
Wow. Pulling for Pat.
He's killing him.
Pat Tanaka, he in trouble. Knee to the back.
Jeez, the sounds.
Fire, Flame, and Torch have taken control of this second fall of action. First fall went to Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka on disqualification. Look at Pat, he rolls him down. 1. Only a 1 count. Flame able to get the shoulders up at the count of 1. It looked real good for a minute, like Pat might be able to hold him there for the 3 count. Tanaka off the ropes and a double backdrop into the rope. Tanaka thrown all the way across that ring. Fire, Flame, and Torch.
Why does Dave Brown keep bringing up Torch? He hasn't interfered in the match in any way whatsoever, and yet he's still dragging the guy.
Really working on Pat Tanaka. That's fire in there right now. They make a tag, and this is Flame coming back in. Flame hammers Tanaka down to the mat. Picks him up by the hair.
Much time. We got about 20 seconds.
There's a tag made.
Oh, we got Jerry Jarrett back there. What's he doing?
Our time is running out, Dave, as we're getting close to the expiration of time. And as it stands now, with the only fall having been won by Jarrett and Tanaka by disqualification, they still will not get the titles. What they needed to do was to win it. Our time is out, and that's going to be it. Time is up. We're out of time.
Yep, time is up. You're right. That first fall ended. That first fall ended on disqualification, and the belts don't change hands on a disqualification. You got to win them outright on a pin.
What they had to do was to...
Disclaimer, tag team titles may not change hands on a count out or disqualification. Sorry, Jeff.
Win a fall and then get to
oh, man, wow.
eliminate the disqualification and then really come back and win 2 falls is what they needed to do.
Right.
Under the expiration of time format. So it was quite a battle, which was marred by outside interference by Sato, Goto, and Tojo Yamamoto.
Marred by outside interference from Uncle Smelmer and Cousin John, or whatever his name is.
When they came in with the boards and started bashing around, they caused Fire and Flame the first fall. But by the disqualification, they don't lose the belts in it. Then came Cousin Jr. and the Giant Hillbilly.
Oh, come
and
on.
Son of a gun, it just went on from right there.
Lance
Sure
Russell.
did. We had a battle at the end of the first fall. We had another brawl almost got started here at the beginning of the second fall. By the way, as the referee was leaving the ring, he did confirm that Jeff and Pat win the match, but they don't get the belts because it was on disqualification. So that's official.
That is a sad situation in terms of having won the belt and gone through the punishment and all that and won the bout and then still not be able to get the belt. Okay, how about I recap on the rest of the action?
The King, Jerry Lawler, defeated Keith
Dude, this guy is... come on, Lance. He is really hardcore sweeping here.
Robertson, it was the Hillbillies, Giant Hillbilly and Cousin Junior defeating the Red Demons. The Killer beat Boss Winter. It was Tracy Smothers and Paul Diamond over Rough and Ready. Sato and Goto with Tojo Yamamoto defeating William the Bear Thompson and Van Horn. And then that match we were just talking about with the belts at stake.
Yeah, I'm glad we did get enough time to be able to have some action in there. Unfortunately, it was kind of interfered with the outside interference, but it still was plenty of action. We love to be back next week. For Dave Brown, Lance Russell saying bye-bye, everybody.
All right, let's watch one more. I'm feeling it. Okay, so I don't know. We're skipping from the 30th, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're going from the 30th of September to October 4th, 1986, CWA Championship Wrestling from Memphis, as it would be seen if you were a viewer in Evansville, Indiana. Here we go. You know who would fit in with the Hillbilly crew is OPC Don.
Hello again, everybody. Lance Russell.
His nickname is literally already Uncle OPC.
Dave Brown, and we're right along ringside, all ready to go with another big week of championship wrestling. Goodness gracious, what a crowd.
What a crowd we got here today. Got a packed house. Glad to have them with us. Glad to have you with us. We are going to have today Sato, Goto, the Ninja will be here. 6-man tag match.
Oh, shit, the Ninja. Okay.
Coming up. A little bit later on, Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka will be arriving to go against the Memphis Vice. And then later on today, it'll be the return to championship wrestling of the one and only Wildfire Tommy Rich.
You know that's...
Oh, shit. Pomp Flair's going to absolutely take a shit. He's not going to be able to believe it.
It's going to be excitement.
He's not gonna know whether to shit or run rabbits now that we've got Tommy Wildfire Rich back in the territory.
The Wildfire gets here. We got a lot of it lined up. We better take time out right now. We'll be back with that opening bout for you in just a moment.
OPC would be like, well now listen, when I took the loss, it is true that I was pinned in the middle of the ring, but what you're not looking at the analytics behind the scene that were driving the decision on whether I would win or lose in that match. You see, trending upwards would be an underdog storyline for a guy such as myself. Now I know I'm an alpha male and I could win any fight, but in this case it was actually better in terms of the algorithm for me to lose rather than to win in the moment. So I would win long term. I'm thinking long term, big picture type stuff.
Okay, we're going to be looking for the King in here.
Man, we are being blessed with Jerry Lawler matches a lot lately. Wow.
To go against Keith Eric. Speaking of the King, Tommy Rich and Jerry Lawler had a match with Fire and Flame where the Mask were involved in it. They unmasked them. Fire was Dirty Rhodes, Flame, Don Bass, and Torch was Larry Wright. Right.
Let me interrupt
Hey,
you.
Randy Hales, yeah.
We have a little problem
EFD.
back in the dressing room. Jerry Lawler is not here.
Wait, why did they use the real names of the Fire and Flame? Didn't they say Don Bass just then?
We're going to have to move this match down in the show a little bit. Jerry's not here.
Flip the table over, Randy.
I've gotten here yet?
No, I've called his house. They said he left a long time ago and should be here by now. I don't know where he is. We'll just have to move this match down.
Okay, Randy, thank you. Well, that's the way to start a show off, Dave.
Yeah, no show here.
Well, yeah, okay. We will do that while they argue with Keith Eric up there about the whole thing. What's next? Okay, we have got an interview with Dirty Rhodes And
Yes,
Don Bass, we just
yes,
told you about the
yes.
announcement in there, so let's kind of move on.
Oh my God, can you believe it? Dirty Rhodes, Tommy Wildfire Rich. Oh, come on, come on. We are feasting.
On to that. And be prepared, we'll do the break after this because the match will not take place. Boy, you guys look like you've been in a
Shut your
wreck.
mouth. You just never mind, Lance Russell. As everybody sees, Jerry Lawler is not here.
Gosh, I wonder who these guys are. I wonder who these guys could be.
Like I told you, brother, he is out forever. Jerry
Wow.
Lawler is gone. I told these people that I was going to do it. Me and Don Bass, brother, we wore those masks for a long, long time, Lawler. And you and Rich think you're smart, brother. But now you know where you are, Lawler. And Rich, let me tell you something. Does anybody recognize what I got right here? Huh?
That's the Cleveland Browns. Those
Browns.
are Lawler's keys.
Those aren't Lawler's keys. These are my keys, brother, because they're in my possession, you understand? And Rich, brother, your minutes are ticking down. You are next. Lawler is gone. You are next. We're going to finish up with one, baby. We're going to take care of the next just in a few minutes here.
What are you guys doing with those keys?
Somebody said we had to repossess a car, Lance Russell. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Southern Tag Champs, Dirty Rhodes, Don
This guy's kind of like a backwoods Jim Neihart.
Bass with Torch Larry Wright as the third man. I don't know what that was all about, but
See, like, I couldn't have given a shit less. Now, I did buy into the storyline at the end. But as far as, like, as performers, I really didn't care for Fire and Flame. Like, I would kind of dreaded them at times. Not because they were bad or anything. I just didn't get into it till they really got that storyline heavy part. But, like, I'm in for Dirty Rhodes right out of the gate.
let's take a break right here, and we will be back to continue with the show, Dave. I don't know anything else to do.
Remember which one to point at the camera.
Here in just one moment, brother, I'll tell you, talking about action, we got it. Evansville Coliseum. One thing you're not going to see is the King because, unfortunately, just stay tuned. You'll see exactly why for an incident that took place. He's been suspended for wrestling for a week, but other action is going to be going on. Southern Tag Team title match, Dirty Rhodes, Don Bass defending against Wildfire, Tommy Rich, and Pat Tanaka is his partner.
Lance Russell, these people going to see here in a minute one of the most dastardly deeds ever did in the professional wrestling business. Jerry Lawler, you could kill somebody, hit him over the head with a Coke bottle. What if that thing is splintered went into my brain and they suspended him for a week? For 1 week? They should suspended him for life from wrestling ever. Boy, you're a lunatic. But I'm going to tell you something. They got a rumor out that you're going to be right there, brother. And I hope you do show up. And I hope you got another bottle because it's the longest day of my life, Jerry Lawler. I'm going to get my hands on you for what you did. I can't even wear my hat.
Well, I'll tell you, it doesn't mean that he won't be in the building right there. Somebody else that's going to be there is going to be Jeff and Jerry Jarrett. Father-son action going against Akio Sato and Tarzan Goto.
Father-son action. Where's Showtime 87? We need him to cover that.
And a pole strap match, and they intend on winning now.
I don't like to say nothing, but my cousin, Mr. Goto, have something to say. Understand? 쟤네,これ알아, 쟤는. 쟤네 욕을 모르는 거야. 이쪽으로 의대 어떻게 가라고 그래, 알아? 현진의 이리로 가게 되라. 오마이가 도약으로 쟤네 의대 어떻게 가라고 그래, 알아? 어떻게 가라고 그래, 알아? 그래, 아까 미라 그래, 연락하고 그래, 알아? 그래, 가라, 쟤네라고 그래, 알아? 이거 어떻게 그래, 알아? 쟤네라고 다니고 그래, 그래, 가라고 그래, 알아?
Yeah.
If I can get my microphone back, I'll tell you this. Nobody understood what you're saying. Jerry Jarrett, Jeff Jarrett don't even care what you were saying because they're going to be looking forward to that match. Now, let me tell you, the final bout is going to be a 16-man tag battle royal. It is going to be one for $10,000. Tell you more about that in just a few minutes.
God damn.
Okay, we got a highlight tape that I think a lot of the folks will be interested in. This was kind of as a result of a situation that occurred. It took place in the Mid-South Coliseum in Memphis, Tennessee. We've got some highlights from a Jerry Jarrett, Tojo Yamamoto match. I want you to look at this. All right, nice hip toss. Remember, two guys were once partners, and in addition to that, were long-time respected Southern Tag Team champions. Jerry Jarrett starts right out working on the arm.
Jerry Jarrett using MMA jiu-jitsu moves back in, well, I don't need, this had to have been before 86, I would think.
Boy, it sounded to me like his arm popped.
That's exactly what Jerry said he was going to do. He's going to break his arm.
Well, you know, I got no love for Tojo, but I'll tell you, when he put that Japanese bar on it, he's doing it again.
The
And
Japanese
you know,
bar.
there's a point of where it goes beyond wrestling in there.
Tojo should have thought about that in the weeks behind us, Lance. I have no sympathy for him whatsoever.
There was a distinct pop when Jerry put that Japanese arm bar. He's beating on his arm now. Yamamoto.
Leave him alone, Frank!
Screaming.
Leave him alone.
As Jerry still pounding on the arm.
Oh,
Pushes referee Frank Morrell back.
Wow.
And he is still going after it as he pulls Jarrett
shit.
off. Uh-oh.
Oh, my God.
Here comes Sato, Goto, Jeff Jarrett, Pat Tanaka. Minute and 32 seconds, I believe.
Oh, no, I thought this was an old clip. This is from it. That's why his arm's broken. Oh, shit. I thought we were just seeing like an old feud like match of theirs.
I'm certain that Jerry he broke his arm, Randy.
What he said he's going to do.
You almost went to jail today? Well, I'm glad you didn't go to jail.
He said he'd break it, and he did.
Nobody deserved it any more than
Who's this
Yamamoto,
guy?
the ninja being manhandled by the referee.
Oh, that's Ninja.
With
Oh, my
Sato
God.
and Tanaka down there, Jeff Jarrett and
Oh, no, they've taken the
Goto
mask
and
off of the
Tanaka,
Ninja.
Sato and Jeff
Oh,
Jarrett. Here
I
comes
can't
the
believe who it
King.
is. Oh, Jerry Lawler's put the mask back on the Ninja. Oh, my gosh. All right.
Jerry still pounding on that arm of Yamamoto. Yamamoto is screaming in the center of the ring. Yeah, just a comment or two. That was Eddie Marlin I was talking to that came there to see it. And I want to say this right now. This is a part of the championship wrestling program we're not particularly fond of, but it is imperative, I feel, that we get both sides in any kind of a situation. That is why, even after what he did last week, we're going to permit Tojo Yamamoto an opportunity to have his say. Now, I do want to say this. I have made it clear to Tojo that I am full, and this is no kidding with Tojo Yamamoto, and he knows I mean what I said. I will sue you if you lay your hands on me and start beating on me, Tojo. Now, what I'm going to do is tell you.
He's like, you better think about it because I am very litigious, Tojo.
That you've got a minute and a half to say what you want to say, and I'll stand here and hold the microphone.
You give me a microphone. Only what will you give 1 minute? Jerry Jarrett, you tried to break my arm last night. You put your best forward last night, but you never broke my arm. I was too...
His microphone holding hand is injured and he's wanting to, like, you know what I mean? He's used to holding it and then being able to do this. But since only his pointing hand is functional, he's like moving the microphone in and out.
Too strong. I went to doctor. Doctor said my arm only fracture. He want to put it in cast. I don't like because I am too strong. Jerry Jarrett, this is not the end now. This is just the starting of the war. I tell you, you're going to pay everything for this. Oh, what is that? Jerry,
Listen to the crowd just of hearing him. Oh my Yeah, and then tomorrow we've got the Saturday morning movie, which looks like it's just going to be. I haven't watched it, but it looks like it's going to be just completely terrible, which I'm excited about.
Do any of you understand Japanese? I certainly hope that that was permissible for broadcast because he did it. Okay, they're going to the ring. Sato Goto, Yamamoto, despite what he said, has got his arm in a cast in there as a result of Jerry Jarrett.
It's the Japanese team against the three guys that were like beaten half to death by these same people a couple of shows ago.
Six-man tag team action coming up here. Introducing at a total weight of 670 pounds. On one side of the ring, all from Memphis, Tennessee, David Haskins, Jim Jamison, and Mike Murphy. And on the other side over here, the Japanese team of Akio Sato and Tarzan Goto with their partner, the Ninja. Tojo Yamamoto, left arm in a cast, ninja stick, or rather kendo stick in the right hand, down here at ringside. David Haskins starting.
Anybody know anything about the guy, the Ninja?
Whoa. Tarzan Goto, who was down on the mat briefly, a 1 count by referee Jerry Calhoun.
Is Kabuki coming back? If not, that was a pretty badass, like, that really made him seem like a huge deal. Like, if you didn't get to, like, one of those shows in that 1 week, you didn't get to see Kabuki.
Look out, Akio Soto jumps in there. Tag made by David Haskins, and here is Mike Murphy. Murphy battling Soto. Referee send Tarzan Goto back out. Here comes the Ninja.
Nope. Oh, what
Jim Jamison. Jim Jamison in after the tag by Mike Murphy. The Ninja out of the Far East, the latest in the Tojo Yamamoto stable. Oh. The Ninja with the kicks and the chop. And drops down on the chest to Jim Jamison. Picks him up by the hair now. Ninja with a vicious chop as Jamison came off the rope. He leaves him there for Tarzan Goto.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it kind of sucks because it's like you'd like to see him some more, but at the same time, like, I mean, it sounds corny because these are all these are decades old or whatever, but it's like when you get wrapped up in the storylines, it's like anybody. This time that you're seeing this person could be like the last time, and you might get an explanation and you might not, but like you never know for sure outside of, well, even like Lawler could be gone from time to time, and then Dundee would come in, and so like it just feels like there is like a sense of like you have to keep up, or like you're never gonna, you never know what's gonna happen.
Goto picking up where the Ninja left off, using that hard head of his. And a chop. Jamison back near the corner. He gets the tag. Mike Murphy coming in.
And, he wasn't that great in the ring. He wasn't, like, spectacular in the ring. So maybe it was that kind of a deal, kind of like Abdullah, where it's a big draw. But, like, if people see it two or three times on 2 or 3 straight shows, maybe they'll start to not want to see that anymore.
Murphy with a good drop kick. He put Goto down as he came off the ropes. Akio Sato back in. Oh, Murphy misses the drop kick. Sato hung on to the ropes. Murphy missed and just hit the mat hard. Sato turned around. He picks him up now. Japanese team makes a tag. Tarzan Goto head to the midsection. And back with a boot across the back of the neck. And Mike Murphy in trouble here. The tag made on the Ninja. There's a cover. Counts at 1, 2, and 3. This one's over.
Wow.
The
Again,
Ninja getting the pin on Mike Murphy.
like, this has been it's kind of understated because the focus is on Tojo, but I think these two guys have been like consistently really, really good in this Memphis run.
Tojo Yamamoto with that kendo stick. He just hammered Murphy in the top of the head with it. There, their hands raised. The Far Eastern team from Tokyo.
I think it's just kind of like I have to, in watching these consistently, like I have to kind of retrain my brain to not think of everything, like to think of angles the way they are now, where it's this feud is going to last for 4 TV shows and then a blow-off match. You know what I mean? I've just got to kind of retrain my brain that just we're in a territory where like anything can happen.
Akio Sato, Tarzan Goto, and the Ninja with Tojo Yamamoto, the winners of the match.
Well, no question about it. They just had entirely too much for the team that they were facing in here today. Haskins, Jamison, and Murphy. Okay.
Yeah, I'd be all over Jerry Calhoun if I was there. That's my favorite thing to do at live shows, is to kind of like, not excessively, but just repeatedly kind of, you know, question the competency of the referees.
Hey, coming out right now, Jeff Jarrett, Pat Tanaka, and Jerry Jarrett. Hi, Jeff. Pat, how you doing? Jerry, good to have you out here. Well, despite all the protestations about how you didn't...
Jerry Jarrett, I mean, this is, to me anyway, not a real flattering ensemble for him.
Heard Tojo and all of that. I noticed his arm was set up in that sling.
Yeah, Lance, I really am not standing here proud that I'm a professional wrestler this morning, because to me, wrestling has been my whole life. It's something that I hope that my children would go into as Jeff has. There are situations in life that you have to go against all you've ever taught your children, and last night was one of those situations. There comes a time when people break the rules, when people try to hurt you to such an extent that you have to go against all that you believe in. And wrestling's supposed to be a sport. It's supposed to be something that I am very proud that I'm in. But with Tojo, it's gone way too far, and he had to be stopped, and he was stopped.
Amen.
While I've tried to teach fair play and be an example of it myself, I also have tried to convey to my boys that there comes a time when an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth in the Old Testament are just in their ways. Sato and Goto, your time is next. We're in a match that I've asked for. I want to take this opportunity right now to thank Pat Tanaka. He's one of the finest wrestlers I know of. Pat has taken a lot of beatings at the hands of Sato and Goto and Tojo, and I know how much he would like to be in this match where he could get a chance to get that strap and give them back some of the pain that he's given them. But I asked him, I said, one time, and then my task is done. I want to team with Jeff, and Pat graciously stepped aside and let me have this opportunity to take his place.
I just think Jerry Jarrett's outfit just looks like something like a suburban housewife would have been wearing at the time. I mean, his hairstyle too, to be honest.
It's in this match. It's going to be Jeff and I, and there's going to be a pole. And
yes, this is a perfect time for a USA chant.
There's going to be a strap on it. And like I said, Sato and Goto and Tojo, you got yours. It's time for y'all to get your dues. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. You're going to get a beating with that strap, and you're going to wish that you'd have never laid your hands on Jeff Jarrett. And that's a promise.
Jeff? Well, you know, Lance...
yeah, my dad's is fixing to whoop up on all y'all. Don't piss me off.
My whole life, I've been to the matches and I've watched my dad. And I've always dreamed of the day that one day me and him would be partners. And the day's finally come. Yeah. And when I get in the ring, I'm going to be really looking forward to it. And there's going to be a pole. There's going to be a strap on top of that pole. And I'm going to promise you people this, and especially my dad. We'll get...
Wait, there's going to be a pole, and then there's going to be a strap on that pole. Is that a reference to like a penis sheath?
That strap, and I'll give them a beat, and they'll never regret.
Okay, good luck to you guys. I am really going to be interested to see you guys working together. It will be something that'll be very close to me, too, having watched Jeff grow up and known Jerry for a long, long time. We're going to take time out. We'll be back in just a moment.
My daddy says I get to be a wrestler.
To tell you that first action is going to be taking place on Friday, October the 10th in Hopkinsville, Kentucky at the Western Kentucky State Fairgrounds at the Convention Center. Then on Thursday, October the 16th, Caruthersville, Indiana at Caruthersville High School, sponsor the Volunteer Fire Department. On Thursday, November the 13th, Owensboro, Kentucky at the Davis County High School. Sponsor is the Athletic Boosters Club. Thursday, November the 20th, Mount Washington, Kentucky at the Bullitt East High School. We'll have more on those as we get closer to it. Listen to the entire card. 6 matches, Evansville Coliseum. Molkovich against Speedy Tall Trees, McCord and John Paul against Boy Tony and Big Bubba. Mid-America.
Hey, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't hear what any of those names were, but I didn't recognize any of them as names that have wrestled in Memphis lately.
Title, Tracy Smothers defends against the Ninja. Rhodes and Bass defend against Tommy Rich and Pat Tanaka. Jerry and Jeff Jarrett going against Sato and Goto in a pole.
So they still have the belts. They've just ceased being they just lost their masks. Is that what happened at the arena show or whatever?
Strap match and a 16-man tag battle royal for $10,000 to the winning team. Memphis Vice in the ring now.
I can't believe we never got a Big Lou Winston figure.
Every time I see him, I always want to read the rear end because they're a walking billboard. They've always got something new on there. Jerry Bryant says mean and nasty. I don't know what Big Lou's got on his. So bad, yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Big Lou's got about as big a bad a mouth as anybody I ever heard.
Pat Tanaka just attracting all the ladies.
Okay, David, we're ready for the introduction.
We are indeed. This match is going to be one fall 10-minute time limit at a total of 468 pounds. On the left of your screen, the Memphis Vice, Big Lou Winston and Jerry Bryant. Across the way at a total of 401. Out of Nashville, Tennessee, Jeff Jarrett. And from Hawaii, Pat Tanaka. This match one fall 10-minute time limit. There are the high fives by the Memphis Vice, and referee Jerry Calhoun says, let's go.
Let's go.
Starting out, Jerry Bryant and Jeff Jarrett. I saw these guys against each other in one previous match, and brother, I am telling you, a whale of a clash, Dave. They get it on. We've always talked about what a cocky, show-off kind of a guy Jerry Bryant is, but we've also given him the credit for the fact that he's one of the fastest guys we've seen in the ring. Well, he's going against two guys that are just as fast as he is, and it makes an awfully good competition.
Oh, I meant to say, too, those of you who like the Vegan Patriot content, she's headed back to Sacramento now, and I think she's going to hook back up with Astro and Purple, the guy who used to do the Huff the Air Duster all the time. So that, I think we're going to get back to some classic core VP content, USA flag emoji.
They've met one time. Look at here. Nice move, Jeff Jarrett. Jerry Bryant.
House of Fire, good Lord.
Big Lou, Jerry Bryant bounced around. I tell you, I cannot believe that Jeff Jarrett has been in wrestling only a matter of months. I kind of thought it was good action, Jerry. Yeah.
Oh, I know. They're putting a Jeff Jarrett over like fucking Superman here. It's easy to see why he had the mentality that he had, seeing how his dad booked him here.
Oh, he's pulling his hair.
Crowd count with the referee. They got a 10.
But ultimately, it doesn't matter because in this instance anyway, because the crowd is loving it. Nobody's revolting against like what's going on. But I can just see where his kind of why he would feel kind of entitled in some ways.
Count to get back up there. Bryant's in there at 9. Boy, you're right. Can you imagine what Jeff Jarrett is going to look like after, say, 2 years, looking this good after just a few months? Wow.
Well, we've talked about it before. You and I have seen a lot of families. The first one that comes to mind, the Gibsons, Rick and Robert. But it is a distinct advantage when you've grown up around wrestling. But I've never seen anybody who's been able to perform the feats that he can after a match.
No.
Oh, Jerry Bryant. Look at here. Drop kick Bryant and nail Lou Winston again.
That's just back to basics, good wrestling, right? The heels did what they did well. The babyface did what he needed to do well. Like, that was just good, like, basic, good wrestling.
Memphis Vice real upset over the situation. Just some great moves by Jeff Jarrett.
And there's the count again. He's back in there, breaks the count right at the end, and Bryant going to the referee saying,
well, they should have, like, made the count off by a second so that guy would think they were correct and miss it going in. See, the crowd's not really thinking.
watch what he's doing. It's all illegal. Taking our hat off in a well-deserved tip of the hat to Jeff Jarrett for the amazing level he is at. The young man from Hawaii climbing through the ropes right now. What a perfect compliment.
I do have a Boyd watch, though, that's in the works of Vegan Patriot having a kind of an existential crisis moment that I thought was really good content.
Here's a young guy, Pat Tanaka, who is also one of the...
Very artistic, very like indie movie-esque, which VP has a lot of like indie movie qualities.
classiest wrestlers.
But not as quirky or like deep indie as Grace.
Using martial arts we've seen in a long time. He is very quick, very much aware of what's happened. They just make an exception.
Well, these are technically the original Miami Vice guys. They were around longer than, what was the other one called? Miami Nightbreed. I don't think we're going to see Miami Nightbreed again.
Team, Jarrett and Tanaka.
Bryant.
Man, what a complete disappointment they were, man. I had such high hopes.
Complaining. Oh, Pat Tanaka went after him as Bryant was complaining to the crowd and complaining about the crowd.
I saw your comment about that. I'm always looking forward to new shit.
You're just getting his attention. He wrapped him in there to say, hey, come on out here and get in the ring and wrestle.
Hold on. Did somebody yell boring? Let's go back.
Was complaining to the crowd and complaining about the crowd.
You're just getting his attention. He wrapped him in there to say, hey, come on out here and get in the ring and wrestle.
Yes.
Standing side headlock, Pat Tanaka with Jerry Bryant.
We got a boring guy made his way to Memphis.
Bryant. In case you just joined us, we had a match with Jerry Lawler scheduled against Keith Eric. Jerry has not shown up at the studio as yet.
I forgot about that. That was like the very first thing that they showed was Jerry Lawler against Keith Eric, and then it got canceled for some mystery reason.
He will be here, and we're going to reschedule that match a little later on.
I mean, there's so much going on here. This is getting stressful.
So you'll have a chance to see the King. Also, Tommy Wildfire Rich is with us today for the first time in a long time. We're looking forward to seeing Wildfire out.
Tommy Wildfire Rich. Pont Flair is absolutely losing it. Yeah, remember that Jerry Lawler Enziguri?
Memphis Vice not having any luck against either Jeff Jarrett or Pat Tanaka today. Jerry Bryant really, oh, look out. Sato and Goto
Oh, my God.
Boy, wouldn't you know it.
Dude, he looked like he got shot. We got to watch that again.
Oh, we had a great and Goto jumping Jarrett.
Boy, and Goto jumping and Goto.
Oh, no. Okay.
Memphis Vice not having any luck against either Jeff Jarrett or Pat Tanaka today. Jerry Bryant really, oh, look out. Sato and Goto jumping Jarrett.
Collapsed him.
Boy, wouldn't you know it.
Oh, we had a great match going on, and then Tojo out here at ringside has sent the Japanese team out, and they have jumped Jarrett.
So the Memphis Vice now, is this fair? Memphis Vice over there on Pat Tanaka, Lou and Jerry Bryant. Here comes Jerry Jarrett out. He nails Sato. Jerry pops Goto.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Jeff Jarrett wheeling
What is
away.
this guy?
Now the Ninja comes out.
The Ninja.
Slams Jerry in the head. Puts him down.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay. Oh, they just
Oh, my God.
put a pile driver on Jeff Jarrett. Sato did. Here comes Paul Diamond. Yamamoto with that kendo stick beating on Jeff. Look at that Diamond go. The young Canadian really ripping him up. Sato with a chair. Nails Diamond right in the knee with that chair. Pat Tanaka being beaten by the Memphis Vice. Tojo killing. Hey, what? Hey, watch him. Watch him. Sato up on the rope. They're holding Diamond.
Man, I stepped away for like 2 seconds to get a new drink, and I hear former drug addict Paul Diamond's name.
Oh, no. Come on. Paul Diamond.
They don't care, man. They're not there. They're there to make money. They're not there to make friends, right? Like Punk said. Anybody that gets in their way is going down.
Goto held his leg right across that chair, and Sato came off the top rope. Now they're continuing to do it. Ninja on Jerry Jarrett. Come on, Jerry, get that.
Yes. Holy shit.
Goto with a chair. Paul Diamond. We got to get some help for this guy. Now they got...
Okay, do you think that was a sneak diss on former drug addict Paul Diamond? And he goes, Paul Diamond, we got to get some help for that guy. Not like, hey, we need to get help into the ring. Where's security to help all these people? No, specifically, former drug addict Paul Diamond, we need to get this guy some help.
Jerry Jarrett strung up. Yamamoto.
Oh, my God.
With a belt.
They're crucifying Jerry Jarrett, and Tojo Yamamoto is whipping him with like a cat of nine tails.
Slashing Jarrett. Here comes Eddie. Eddie Marlin out.
Eddie Marlin is in the ring. This is... Okay, come on. What the fuck else could you want from a fucking wrestling show than this? Jesus, what a show.
Ninja, but Goto's right behind him.
Oh, the Japanese hit Eddie with that trash can.
Sato slammed Eddie with that trash can.
Oh, my God. Eddie Marlin.
Oh, he busted.
My God, King, here comes Eddie Marlin with a chair with a garbage can.
Eddie open. Yep, with it.
Oh, my God.
Jeff has got the kendo stick on Tojo. But Eddie Marlin being destroyed up there by the Japanese. Sato just stomped on Paul Diamond's knee.
This is the best thing I've ever seen. Like, if I could choose one thing to send on like the next Voyager mission, it would be this tape. This is so fucking good.
Here comes Jerry Garman and Benny Traylor to help
even
out.
Garman and Traylor are out there.
Dispose of them. David Haskins, Jim Jamison. Paul Diamond takes it again right in that knee. Boy, I'll tell you, if they didn't bust that knee, I don't know what. Here comes Wildfire.
Oh, yeah, here's Tommy Rich.
With chairs, and there they go.
Pont Flair is about to blast off. Here's Tommy Wildfire Rich.
Legs hurt. I'd say hurt.
Oh my God. Wow.
Come on, be real careful with him.
This is like think about it. This is like a Renaissance painting. We're seeing a living Renaissance painting right here.
Eddie, you better get back there and get that blood. I know. He got him right in the knee.
Oh my gosh.
Move him real yeah. Boy, if there's any way you could roll him over, he might go easier. Okay. I tell you what we better do. Let's take a break here, and we're going to be back in just a moment. Let's take a break here.
I mean, masterpiece shit. I don't think you can. I don't think you could have a better. You couldn't have done that any better, really. Like, that was just amazing. It all felt real and organic. That was just like that's like that pure wrestling that, the dealer sent out good and the middleman didn't step on it. Like, you just got it straight from the source, just pure pro wrestling.
There it is. Yeah.
Oh shit, here we go. Blast off time. Tommy Rich. Against Keith Roberson.
Up there in the ring. Yeah, talking to the crowd. Here it comes.
Oh my
Back
Lord.
again. Wildfire. Tommy Rich.
Now, Tommy Wildfire Rich ran through the local rap population, even if he was only here for a couple weeks.
Boy, the youngsters love him. They're over there to greet him, welcome him back here to our championship wrestling, and climbing into the ring, ready for the introduction.
It might be like hard to believe if you weren't around at the time, but like, even though I was only watching WWF, they would talk about Tommy Rich in the magazines, but like, at one time, he was like literally one of the absolute like biggest stars in wrestling. And it was like a very brief window of time, but like for that moment, he was like just unbelievably over, like to be like the next big guy.
It's going to be a one-fall, 10-minute time limit match. Introducing out of Memphis, Tennessee, at 232 pounds, Keith Robertson, and going against him, 237 pounds, out of Hendersonville, Tennessee originally, it's Wildfire, Tommy Rich. Tommy, of course, has wrestled all over the world since he left Hendersonville, Tennessee. Going in here today against Keith Robertson.
Tommy held the NWA World.
And kind of tying in with that Vince McMahon episode we watch, I've heard many people claim that the reason that Tommy Rich got that push was because I think the stories that are mostly like that he allowed a promoter to perform sex acts upon him, is the way that it's kind of always told, kind of like with Buff Bagwell. I have no idea if that's true or not, but I'm just saying, like, I've heard it multiple times in shoot interviews, and it seems relevant because of just seeing the that Phil Donahue episode. What are people fighting about in the chat? Calling somebody a bum? Who's a bum? Paul Diamond?
World heavyweight title. Took it from Harley Race. He lost it back to Harley in a return match, but there's just a lot of wrestlers that can't say that, boy. He's got a big feather. Look at here. Nice reversal.
I don't think I would say that he was, even if the allegations were true, which I'm not saying they are, but if they were, I don't think I would consider that gay for pay. I think I would consider it like, I don't think it was like an ongoing thing for like a set amount of payment. It was just like, you'll get a big push if you do it. So I don't really think that's like gay for pay. I think it's like gay for like you're wanting the premium battle pass. You want to get the level skips.
Tommy bars the left arm. Pretty well in control so far. Yeah, a little pressure he puts on Keith Robertson. You can see Robertson felt it, too. Tommy Rich. He's still hanging on. Referee checking with Robertson about a possible submission. Robertson so far has said, nope, he's hanging in there, not giving it up. May change his mind if Tommy Rich keeps that kind of pressure on there for very long.
Tommy had it tight, too. It was a beautiful combination of angles he had.
Yes.
Trips him back down. I'm sure there's a high-class wrestling term for it, but what he did was trip him back down. That's just what he did.
However you feel about Tommy Wildfire Rich, you have to respect him as one of the all-time Rat Kings. I mean, he was known for racking up the rats, so you have to give him his due, give him his flowers for that, if nothing else.
Tommy. Oh, yeah.
Nice snap. Puts him down. Count of one. One count is all he gets. Robertson able to kick out of it at one. Oh, look out.
Dirty Rhodes. Dude, Pomp Flair is absolutely busting right now. He's got Dirty Rhodes and Tommy Wildfire Rich not only on the same show, but now they're fighting each other.
Here comes Dirty Rhodes, Don Bass, and Larry Wright, formerly Fire, Flame, and Torch. They grabbed Tommy. He just hit him with a chain.
Yeah,
he had a chain wrapped around his fist. And now, Dirty Rhodes has that chain.
So what we've got is 3-on-1. Robertson, who had taken a pounding from Tommy in the early part of it. They got Tommy busted open.
Oh, wide open.
Oh, man, I guess. Get him out of there, Jerry.
Well, Dirty Rhodes, we thought was out of the ring, but he just went out to get a chair, and here he is back.
This guy kind of looks like he'd be like a henchman on for one of the gangs on the Warriors.
Blazes Rich with that chair. Rhodes and Bass were scheduled in the next tag team match, but they made an early appearance.
Look at the
here
blood.
As they are slaughtering Tommy Rich in the center of the ring up there. It's 3-on-1.
Pomp Flair, look at this. He's bleeding for us on free TV.
And the referee ineffective as far as breaking.
Where is former drug addict Paul Diamond? Let me give you a hint.
Him up. I'm not blaming him because when you got guys that big, and boy, let me tell you, all three of these guys are large.
Tommy they have really just worked him over constantly here for about 2 minutes now. Eddie Marlin says if they don't get out of the ring right now, they are suspended.
Eddie, who got busted up a little earlier, tells referee Jerry Calhoun that if they don't get out of the ring right now, they are suspended. I think that may get their attention, too.
Oh, there it is.
Dirty Rhodes, Don Bass.
Oh, shit. They got EFD out at ringside.
And Larry Wright, that's right, who was torched.
He's the one that had the chain wrapped around his hand when they jumped into the ring there. And
boy, Tommy, oh,
man,
is he...
What I say, Lance Russell, get that camera
Man,
right here
what a
quick,
show.
brother. And I want you...
Like, this is... I mean, it's wild. We had that unbelievable, honest, like, legitimately, just like my immediate reaction is that brawl was so fucking amazing. Like, this incredible brawl. Now we got Tommy Wildfire Rich just bleeding buckets all over the fucking place. Like, this show is, like, there's over-delivering, and then there's, like, this. This is just nuts.
You to look at this right here. Yeah. Right here's the other one right there. Look, I told you we'd kill him before the day was over. Did I tell you that?
Yeah.
Now Lawler's gone, brother. And now Rich. Look at you, Rich. Look at you, boy. Put the camera on the ring. Okay, put the camera back on the ring. That's right. Because when we left Lawler this morning, he looked
My
worse than
God,
that.
dude.
That's marvelous. You guys are...
Holy shit. Can you imagine just seeing this? I cannot imagine. Like, people, I guess, bled sometimes on WWF, but it seems like it was very infrequent, and when they did, it was never, like, to this level. It was just, like, a little bit on their face or whatever. This is fucking wild. If I saw this on TV, I would have to be down at the... I would be down at the Evansville Coliseum for sure.
Great, genuine specimens of humanity.
Jeez.
What I say, Lance Russell? What is it? You mess with Fire and Flame. Or Don Rhodes, or Bass, brother. That's what happens to you. Tell him, Killer. Bass meant a lot to us, and we will not stand for it.
Okay.
Get him out of the ring. Who's our opponent now, baby? We're going to do the same thing to him.
That's what I was thinking. Like, you're. It's amazing that they've been able to keep topping it, but like, how long can they possibly maintain that kind of pace for?
I love it, man. I love it.
Check out Jerry around behind there. Dirty Rhodes picks up a chair and heads toward the general direction of where they're trying to get Tommy Rich out of there. Referee Jerry Calhoun saw him coming there. Thank goodness.
Boy, he was totally covered up with blood, too. They beat him silly with that chain in there. And now referee Jerry Calhoun trying to make a point to them. They don't have to worry about wrestling another match. They don't hold off and get out. Eddie Marlin's already told them they're subject to suspension if they didn't get out of that ring. Tommy, they got him back.
He's like, listen, honey, here's my hotel room key. Bring me 2 packs of Marlboro and some Skoal.
On his feet. He went down again. They're trying to help him back out of there. Referee Jerry Calhoun keeping him apart. Don Bass and Dirty Rhodes are scheduled to go against Gary Garman and Benny Traylor.
He's gonna tell his rat that she's got to do all the work tonight because he's injured.
I sure don't think I want to be Garman and Traylor.
Jeez.
Okay, we're either going to have to get this match underway or we're going to have to get it on with, we got plenty of action yet to go. Here comes Jerry Garman and Benny Traylor.
Oh, nice.
And right away.
I'm going to get this match in a minute, but I want these people to understand.
Here's the ECW style tactic. Like, some people just show up in the ring and they're just like, fuck it, let's go, tag team match.
Brother, that when you mess with Don Bass and Dirty Rhodes, you're messing with the best in professional wrestling.
Some more horn blowing from Dirty Rhodes. He's up there on Jerry Garman. Don goes after Benny Traylor.
But Larry Wright rolling him back in the ring. Garman and Traylor both down to the mat. The referee.
What the hell's going on here?
He was down there for a moment. He's back on his feet. Out of the ring goes, I think that was Benny Traylor that was thrown out of the ring. That's Jerry Garman in there right now. Dirty Rhodes Flips him high in the air with a backdrop.
God damn, bro.
Bass and Rhodes and Larry Wright lost their mask, and they're taking it out on the world in there.
Jesus
They lost
Christ.
it in a fair contest with Lawler and Tommy Rich, and now, well, you can only guess what Rhodes, Bass, and Wright have done with Lawler.
Yeah, but Rhodes still showing off those car keys for the
Yeah, I like that. Moral horn blowing.
Cleveland Browns keychain on him. He was
Somebody should say that to the Thorpes. Should introduce them to that term, moral horn blowing.
just very proud of that. There's a cover, one. Oh, he picks him up. Didn't even try for the 3 count. Picks Garmin up by the hair.
This guy, Garmin and Trailer, were like, hey, we want 3 stars on each leg and then put one right on our asshole.
Jerry trying to get to the corner and tag Benny Trailer. Didn't get there.
Hey, Ref,
Eddie
get him out
Rhodes,
of the
Don
fucking ring.
Bass,
What are you doing?
former Fire and Flame.
Gets them mad when you see guys like Rhodes and Bass and Larry Wright here, and Sato and Goto and Yamamoto, and they're in a match and they have a chance to win the thing and they just want to punish somebody.
I mean, as a viewer, if I just am flipping through the channels and I see this, like, I don't even need to know what the storyline is to know that Dirty Rhodes is pissed off and he's taking it out on this guy. Like, even if the commentators didn't say it, just the psychology of the match, like, communicates so much about what's going on here.
I just want to ring the bell. It's not in our province to do that. There's a 1, 2, 3. Finally, I got it.
2:03 the time on it.
Jerry Garmin, Benny Trailer, a good, tough young team, but boy, they are certainly no match for the likes.
Man. Oh,
Yeah.
my gosh.
Dirty Rhodes, Don Bass, and Larry Wright, all of them together there.
Sato, Goto,
They end up winning.
and
What was it,
Yamamoto.
203?
Simon was 2:03, yeah.
That's what.
And they could have done it quicker if they wanted to.
Well, I don't.
Like, when we started this, I knew that it would be, like, you know, fun and entertaining. Like, kind of old school wrestling is perfect for, like, wake and bake. But, like, I really didn't think I would buy into this, like, the storylines as consistently as I have. I just figured it'd be, like, kind of fun and nostalgic. But I'm really impressed with the booking.
I don't know what he's doing over there, grabbing hats.
Especially because they're not exactly working with, you know, all top tier talent. Like, but they're filling people in where they can, you know, be the most effective they can be, I guess, is the best way I can put it.
And all. I want to tell you.
Bring it over here, Lance. Bring it over here.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was any one man did it. 3 of you jumped on Tommy Rich out there.
Lance Russell, let me tell you something right now. I'm going to put these glasses on because my future is so bright that it's shining in here, you understand? So excuse me. Now what I
Oh my God, that guy stole that song from Dirty Rhodes.
want to know, Eddie Marlin, if you've got anybody left alive in the back, who is our opponent? That's what I want to know. Wait a minute.
Jerry Lawler comes in with Tommy Rich.
Yeah, like, if you would have told me that a Dusty Rhodes knockoff was going to be part of, like, a long-term storyline that, like, wasn't just entertaining from, like, a this is corny perspective, but, like, actually, like, genuinely, like, drew me in like this one has. And you got to factor in all the fire and flame shit too about how long this thing's been brewing. Like, it's pretty impressive. Oh my God. Jesus. Holy shit.
Left alive in the back. Who is our opponent? Woo. That's what I want to know. Wait a minute.
No way.
Jerry Lawler comes in with Tommy Rich.
Kaboom. Jeez. Oh my God. Woo! Oh my God! No way! Oh my God! Oh God damn! Oh, jeez.
Oh, boy. Lawler pounding away on dirty roads. Tommy Rich over here with Larry Wright and Don Bass. Oh, yeah, get the cameras out of the way. They have absolutely gone berserk. I can't say that I blame him. Lawler, a mess. He is bleeding, clothes torn. Obviously, the three of them jumped Lawler.
Dave Brown is frozen in terror right now.
They evidently jumped Lawler and beat him up. They must have jumped you, Jerry.
Let me tell you something. Takes real tough guys. Takes somebody real tough for three men to run somebody off the road and do this to them. That's real big guys. But they ain't so damn tough when it's 2-on-2, are they, Lance? I'm not going to stand for this, I guarantee you. When I get my hands on you, when I get in the ring, I'm not going to stop with busting your heads. I'm going to kill you.
Oh my God. Yes. Yes, we need to bring this level of energy and like this is so like just deeply personal. You know, these interpersonal conflicts are just so effective, and they're so simple too. It's just like I've had enough of you. I've beat you up, and that wasn't enough, and now you're done.
We better take time out here and get some of this glass up and all that. We'll be back.
Oh, wow. Oh, man, I need a second here. Holy cow. Wow. That was wild. This may be the single greatest single episode of a wrestling show ever. Like, this is so much shit has happened here.
Whoa, yeah, Wednesday night. I'm talking about the Great Wars coming to the Coliseum right there in Evansville, Indiana, brother. 6 matches, and I mean, they are outstanding. By the way, in case you haven't heard, due to an incident that took place on this show, Jerry Lawler has been suspended for wrestling for 1 week. Now, that, of course, means he won't be wrestling Wednesday night in the Evansville Coliseum. But there's nothing in that suspension that says he can't be there. So I'll leave it to your own imagination. He may or may not be with us right there at the Evansville Coliseum. We're going to be seeing a Mid-America defense, Tracy Smothers against...
I guess, though, it's unfair to compare this to something that's like a more standalone thing, because you do need to invest like all the time that we did to really get the full like ride of why this is such a good show. But I mean, this is just like we're in the eye of the storm of like every storyline that we've been watching for like weeks, or in some cases like months. This is like the big like penultimate blow off.
The Ninja.
Whoops.
Southern Tag Team defense with Dirty Rhodes and Don Bass against Pat Tanaka and Wildfire Tommy Rich. Be hearing from him in just a second. Pole strap match with Jerry and Jeff Jarrett. What a dandy that's going to be to see that father and son team together against Sato and Goto with Tojo out there at ringside, and a 16-man tag team battle royal for 10 grand. Here's Tommy. Let's listen.
You know, the king ain't here because you had him suspended. But you know, you laid my head open, beat my brains half out. You know, I was glad he busted you over the head with that bottle. And we're talking about Pat Tanaka and myself. We're coming after you, Dirty Rhodes, Don Bass. Y'all better be ready, because you're going to live to regret the day that you ever got Lawler suspended. Because like I said, Lawler and me, we ain't seen eye to eye on a lot of things. But this, we see dead eye together. Y'all had it suspended a week. Well, it'll be Pat Tanaka and myself. And we're
This is the longest single sentence promo I think I've ever heard.
coming for blood. We're coming for the straps. And the main thing, you know, Tommy Rich has been known to get crazy a lot of times. And this may be one of them times, because I don't think Lawler was wrong. Y'all better be ready. I may be suspended.
Believe Tommy is fired up, ready to go. You better believe it. He'll be right in there going with Pat Tanaka, and that could be a rugged challenge for Rhodes and Bass on those Southern Tag titles. Just one of the many big bouts that are coming. Wednesday night, Evansville, Indiana. See you there.
Man, every Wednesday, man, I envy those people. No other aspects of their life, but man, to be able to go every Wednesday and see this shit like live, ugh.
Well, let's bring them out here. We haven't had the opportunity to see these two guys together on Championship Wrestling ever. We've had Rick McCord here once before. And coming out prior to their match, there's their opponents heading out there, rough and ready with Boss Winter.
Okay.
Rick McCord, John Paul. That is McCord in front and John Paul in behind. Rick is from Salem, Virginia. Rick, been a while, partner. Haven't seen you in a while. John Paul, welcome to Championship.
Oh man, I missed the boat. This should have been the thumbnail.
Wrestling, our first time to see you here. Glad to
Right there, perfect thumbnail. I really blew it.
see you guys together.
You know, I've been on the road for a long time. It's been a while since I've been there. Everywhere I've been, all you hear about this is a hotbed for tag team wrestling. When I was here before, I was always in singles, but I went out, I scouted around, and I found me a partner that I can count on, John Paul.
I thought this was Tony Schiavone for a second.
Tell you what, we're here to make a name, to get a championship belt, and you just watch.
Now, you can tell, John, from what you've already seen on Championship Wrestling, you better be ready to fight when you're here.
That's right. I'm ready. I've worked hard, and here we are. Let's go, brother.
Okay, John Paul, Rick McCord will be interested to see him in the ring. Good-looking young team, Dave.
They are indeed. They're going against the team of Rough and Ready out of parts unknown. Boss Winter is in their corner. Rick McCord again out of Salem, Virginia. John Paul is out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Their total weight at 444.
Yes.
Rough and Ready's total weight at...
They don't really, I don't know what happened to JT Southern. Did he go somewhere else?
422. That is referee Jerry Calhoun standing right square in the middle of the screen. He is set to go, and we got one on either team in the ring. The rest of them out on the apron. The bell will sound. There it goes, and our expiration of time match is underway. Rick McCord starting for his team against Rough. We're Rough and Ready.
Yes, sir, it is always rugged when you step into the ring.
I feel like these are just an attempt to get any kind of like a blowjob team out there, because they didn't really have any. I think it's been a minute since JT Southern's been around. They don't really have anybody else there for the to draw in the ladies. But yeah, they seem like a knockoff of a knockoff.
With Championship Wrestling, you not only have to battle your opponent, but brother, I'm going to tell you, when you got the likes of Bass and Rhodes and Sato.
Hey, who is this? Who's this person out here? Does anybody know? I feel like we keep seeing him, but we never know who the fuck it is.
And Goto and Yamamoto and so forth around, you never know what's going to happen to your back. Rick McCord.
Good quick tags by McCord and John Paul. Good tag team strategy.
Is it John Paul or Jean Paul?
Paul is the larger of the two.
All right, ATF Media.
Picks Rough up in the air and batters him off the mat. Hey, going to Rick McCord.
Double chop by McCord and John Paul. There's a cover. Right over very close to the corner and ready from outside. Breaks it up. Ruff stays in there, though. We're coming up about a minute and a half into this first ball of action. Rick McCord stepping out of the ring. John Paul.
Uh-oh.
Ruff has been in there the whole match. Reddy has not officially been in. Oh.
Popped him with a heavy-duty elbow.
Boy, he just stood there and kind of let Ruff run into him, and that's all it took. He bounced off of him down to the mat. Here's Rick McCord back in. Good drop kick by McCord. Ruff and Reddy really ought to be thinking about a tag. John Paul will be coming back in to take over from Rick McCord. And McCord.
Yeah, that's just something going on with the tape on this
Pull
one.
him into the rope, set him up. And John Paul unloaded with a clothesline as he came off of there. Now he picks him up in the air, power slam down to the mat. Tag is made and Rick McCord coming back in. Oh, John Paul just picks him up in the air and drops him down. Count is 1, 2, and 3. 2 minutes, 46 seconds of action. And the team of Rick McCord and John Paul in their
They need to go back to doing bachelorette parties.
debut here on Championship Wrestling have themselves a victory in the fall.
Very tight team, too. They didn't waste a lot of motion in there, and when they had him, boy, they just pressed him up and dropped him down, and bango, that was it. Got to 1, 2, 3, and Ruff and Reddy we're not ready for that engagement. We're going to take time out, and we'll be back in just a moment. Old line that we've used a million times that I've said, Mama told me there were going to be days like this, is applicable to this day.
This was one of them, I tell you. And you just never know what's going to be coming down the pike next when you watch Championship Wrestling.
Summarize what happened today in 30
Well,
seconds.
I can't do it justice in the time that we have here. Sato and Goto and the Ninja won the 6-man tag team match today. Jeff Jarrett, Pat Tanaka, winners by disqualification, but they were...
I thought they were awful. They also didn't like... I feel like if you're going to have a stripper gimmick, either be like nice guy, Prince Charming strippers, or just be like sleazeballs like Ron Sexton or something, you know? Just felt like for that gimmick, they didn't have much personality.
Winners when the Japanese came in here, Tojo and all of them in here, started beating up on them. So a disqualification occurred, and that's how Jeff and Pat won it. Then we had this wild free-for-all going with all sorts of things happening.
Yes.
Ended up Paul Diamond getting his leg hurt.
Paul's knee is hurt bad.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Finally, we got that one out of here. Tommy Rich.
Like, that was such an incredible brawl, the first one, right? It was so good. And I was just thinking, like, man... You know, they've really got to cool the show down after that. And instead it was just like the nuke went off.
Rich came in. He defeated Keith Robertson by disqualification, but it was the former Fire and Flame that jumped him. It went on from there. Let me just say, Rick McCord and John Paul, a new team, won their match in a wild, wild day of action.
We'll finish it next week.
All right.
For Dave Brown, Lance Russell saying bye-bye, everybody.
What's on the rest of this tape? Oh, it's just like the
announcers
DVD
on this
menu
program
from the guy that recorded it. Oh, that's why the episode ran longer. All right. Well, wow. What a man. I don't even know what to say. Like, we better look to the end just in case there's something weird at the end. You know what I mean? I always like to watch videos to the end, but yeah, it just looks like pretty empty. Okay. Like, what an episode. That second brawl, I can't even talk about it. Wow. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to do Saturday morning movie. It's probably going to be terrible, so if you don't like terrible movies, it's probably a safe one to skip, but man, new Boyd watch. I don't know what else. Maybe movie reviews, I don't know. But I have to go, I got to take a minute and emotionally recuperate from that roller coaster ride. Pull up the Creature Preacher. Yeah, I can for just a minute. Yeah, we can check it. We can look for a second. The Creature Preacher. Oh, come on, internet. Oh boy, take a look at this fella. Ooh, have a look at this fella. Creature Preacher story time. All right, let's watch a little bit of one of these videos.
And grabs her friend by the hand. She sees her friend's eyes, her mouth moving. She's stunned with terror, and she's hurt badly. She seems frozen.
Oh, the live from 2 days ago? All right. Oh, shoot. Streamed 1 day ago? Oh, hold on. Here we go. I always forget they're not always in order there. Okay, so I got 1 day ago or 3 days ago. I'm thinking you probably mean this one, right?
The black drink ceremony is what they call it. And believe it or not, to this very day, people still take part in the black drink ceremony.
Oh, shoot. Sorry. We're off to a rough start. All right, we'll go back to this one.
It's frozen. There's some green fluid coming from her mouth. The creature roars again, drops her friend, and lashes out one clawed paw across Adrian's face. It burns like fire. She screams again, kicking out, pulling her friend back. The beast roars again, turns, and sprints off into the brush. She got a clear view of it as it passed by. Its tail, thicker than a man's calf. It was segmented, and it was tipped by a massive spine or barb. Her friend made a gurgling sound, vomited, and then tried to speak.
Here, let's skip ahead and see where he goes.
Sinking ship? Oh, a sinking ship. That might be a terrifying thing to explore. Imagine that. How about it? The sinking ship. Oh, no, running out of cake. Hey, hybrid. The ones that explorers of this day were there to research. I like that, James. What about a story about a storm story? Yeah, a storm story sounds pretty daggum good, doesn't it? We could do something like that. What about you? You guys got anything over there? I see those. I see a lot of messages being deleted over there. I'm sorry, guys. I am sorry. I hope everybody can be nice. It's so much more fun. That way you can get to stick around for the story and stuff, you know? I'd love you to tell a story about the pyramids in South America. You know, that'd be a lot of fun, too. Let's read. I want to see some of your guys. If you guys, an ocean storm story, no says. Fortnite, what do you say? Clowns, someone said? Oh, you don't like clowns? Yeah. Oh, man. Possum on pause, let's see. But I'd love to watch you wrestle. I really would. Let's see, some more storm story. Can't wait to hear a story about it. The storm inside an enchanted painting after discovering pyramids. Steel, I love the way.
Yeah, I think it's just sometimes you, sometimes something will just kind of strike lightning in the algorithm, and this video is one of them. If you go back and look at his other stuff, I think you can see that. Yeah, 1,000, 65, 136, 97. Yeah, so this, I mean, this is a pretty good find. It seems like he probably just got into the... He got out a little bit here, and then that video that you recommended is his biggest video, it looks like. So wow, yeah. Let me dive into the Creature Preacher. This is definitely gonna get a Boyd Watch episode. The cadence of his voice alone is kind of worth him getting an episode. All right, I'm sorry I can't watch more of it right now, but we'll definitely revisit the Creature Preacher. Thank you, Randy, for the recommendation. Do you want to shout out on the Boyd Watch episode? for your contribution. But anyway, I got to go. I'll be live in the morning to watch the movie. It's going to be terrible. And hopefully I'll see you soon. I'm still kind of shaken up from the back-to-back studio brawls. I couldn't